Hello, everyone, and thank you for joining me for another restful episode of true, scary stories to help you fall asleep. Today, we're going to be doing our weekly compilation of true scary stories. I hope you enjoy them. So, without further ado, lay back, relax, and enjoy these true, scary stories. I had a bad situation with my first boyfriend. It actually began in a very weird way, but being as young as I was 14 at the time, I ignored it because, well, someone actually liked me. When I met him, we went to different schools. He went to a private school and I went to public school. After a few months of pretty much just an AIM friendship, he transferred to my school. First red flag. We started quote-unquote dating, if you can even call it that, at 14, and I started to notice him getting way too serious about it. He would talk about being together forever and going to college together. He would even scold me if I got a bad grade because I might not get into college. I realized how overwhelming he was and broke up with him. He was so embarrassed that he didn't want to tell his parents, who he apparently tried to convince every day that we would be together forever. He wanted me to go to his house, out to dinner, etc., and pretend that we were still together. I felt bad for hurting his feelings, so I did it for a little while. It finally ended when I began seeing someone else. I told him that I was dating someone and he freaked out. He started crying and yelling at me and ordering me to give back everything he ever gave me, telling me that he wanted to unalive himself. And then he pulled a painting out of his closet that I briefly mentioned liking. He said that he was going to give it to me after our 1-year wedding anniversary, and I ruined that. That's when I stopped feeling bad, and I did not speak to him again. It might sound mundane, but it was very scary to 14-year-old me. He ended up in the dryer at my apartment complex in the middle of the night, naked and crying. Yes, you read that correctly. And no, I'm not making this up. I wish I was. I found this guy on OkCupid, and he was a really nice guy, if a little strange. Good looking too. We dated for about several months, during which time he slowly revealed that he was hearing things that he couldn't possibly be hearing. His upstairs neighbor or my roommate were talking crap about him, even though I couldn't hear a thing, and he started to get paranoid. This all came to a climax one night when we were at a comedy club with some of my friends. He had been acting strange all night, and thought that my friends hated him and were talking crap about him from a couple of feet away. They weren't. I was sitting between them. They had even told me previously that they liked him. He left before the show started and I didn't see him again. Until 8 months later, my roommate was getting ready for work one morning. She gets up at around 5:30 a.m. She heard strange noises coming from the laundry room, which shared a wall with the hallway of our apartment. She thought that the loud wailing sounds were from our neighbor's crazy friend, and that she'd have to deal with her when she went to the laundry room to get her bike. But when she went in there, she couldn't see anyone, and wasn't sure where the sound was coming from. She searched around and was looking under the table across from the washer and dryer when she heard the dryer door being pulled shut. I know, horror movie stuff right there. She was about to open the door, brave lady that she is, but thought better of it and went to wake up sleeping me. I work in mental health, for help. I got up and I could hear the crying, so I went out to the laundry room and opened the door. At this point, the person who had previously occupied the dryer was lying face down and naked on the linoleum floor. I asked if they were okay, not knowing who it was at that point, and there was no response. I told my roommate to call the police. and while she was on the phone, this person gets up. He was actually wearing mirrored aviator sunglasses and walks past us and into our apartment. He sat on one of our chairs and proceeded to give me a death stare while my roommate was outside speaking with the cops and her work explaining what was happening. He was in our apartment over the course of an hour, while the police and later the paramedics checked him out, and he did not say one word. The most he did was make a guttural growling noise while he gave whoever was speaking that hate-filled stare. Finally, the paramedics took him to the hospital, and I never saw him again. Some notes. The car we figured out was his was parked outside for about 5 days, and one day it just disappeared. All he had in his pockets, his clothes were on the floor of the laundry room, so I brought them into the apartment, was a boarding pass from around the time that he disappeared. His family was from another state, and car keys, and we could see that in the car were only a bunch of energy drinks and fast food wrappers that implied that he had driven up from other said state, about a 1 to 2 day drive, and taken up residence in our dryer. My neighbors and I tried to get in touch with his family, but they were unlisted and the hospital couldn't tell us any information. I wish him well and hope that he's doing better now. My former roommate and neighbors are all Redditors and can verify this story if necessary. I think I was around 18 years old. We'd been dating for about 8 months, and I broke up with him because my parents were treating me differently, and I didn't like it. It put too much strain on both my boyfriend and my parents and I's relationship, and I couldn't take it. I broke up with him one night, and about a week later he showed up at my parents' house wanting to talk to me. My mom answered the door. I didn't want any part of it, so she told him to go away. He got belligerent and eventually left, so she called the police. He was pulled over and given a warning. Then they let him be. Dad was at work. Mom took sister somewhere, and I was playing Mario Party 8 on my Wii at home. There was a knock at the back door, and I looked through the glass from the couch, and he was there looking in trying to talk to me. Again, I didn't want any part of it, so I ignored him. He got mad and shouldered the door. The frame cracked. He did it again and the door burst open. I said, "What the heck are you doing?" And he grabbed me and put me over his shoulder and carried me outside. I figured he was just going to put me in the front seat and leave with me. But then he popped the trunk of his car with the remote, and I realized what was going to happen. I twisted a little, which surprised him, and he dropped me. But then he put me in a headlock where I couldn't breathe, and I stopped struggling. He tossed me in the trunk and shut it and drove off. At this point, I was doing everything I could to get out of the trunk. It was a Buick LeSabre, the model which, of course, doesn't have a way to open the trunk from the inside. So I started kicking the back of the seats to get out. I eventually got one open enough to stick my head through to get some air. It was August, and the temperatures outside were writing 95 degrees. So inside the trunk, it was about 110. I got my head out and could finally breathe. He had calmed down a bit, and I knew he just wanted to talk to me. So he didn't really freak when I was able to climb into the back seat. When he was putting me in the trunk, the neighbor kids were outside, and they saw what was happening and ran inside to tell their parents. Parents called the police. Police called my mom, and my mom was doing 95 down the highway to get home. Ex-boyfriend drove me an hour and a half away to an old camp he used to go to, and we talked for a while. He then took me to Pizza Hut because I said I was hungry. I remember wondering why no one was concerned that I was waiting for a pizza without shoes or socks on, because no one said anything. I figured my parents hadn't realized what had happened yet. Little did I know, an Amber Alert had already been issued. Anyways, he decided he didn't want to go to jail, so he was going back to his workplace/place of residence to get his shotgun. When he got there, the cops were waiting for him and tried to taser him. They missed, and he jumped in the back of his car and did a backwards U-turn. He started driving through the city at speeds of 60 to 85 miles per hour. If you've never been in a high-speed police pursuit, let me tell you, it's a rush. So much adrenaline. Anyways, he was getting to get on the highway again, but the police had it blocked off with spike strips, so he turned onto a back road that dead-ended. He ended up crashing into his tree. I was in the front seat by this time. The cops swarmed the car, pulled us both out, and since they didn't realize who we were, cuffed us both and put us in separate cop cars. Once everything was situated, they uncuffed me and put me into a police SUV and transported me back to the police station in my city. Parents and sister were there, freaked out. Found out that I was okay. The whole ordeal lasted around 10 hours. My ex got 4 years and is now out of jail in a halfway house. My ex and I dated in high school to my freshman year of college. It was more like a friendship to me. We never kissed or did anything physical other than holding hands, and we just hanged out a lot. He was always deeply in love with me, but it was more like an obsession that I didn't reciprocate. One day when he fell asleep while we were watching a movie on his laptop, I had a strange gut feeling to look around on it. On his desktop, there was a folder with my initials on it. I opened it, and there were 400 pictures and videos of me. They were all taken unbeknownst to me. They were all mostly of my legs area, but with clothes on. The pictures were taken everywhere. Public places like at restaurants under the table, in the car, at school, at our houses, etc. All while I had no clue. Like I mentioned earlier, we never did anything physical. We were both virgins. It hit me. He always had his iPod Touch on him, and it always seemed like he was on it playing games and other stuff. That's how he must have taken these pictures. At the bottom of the folder, there were new videos that were recent at the time. I play them, and somehow the footage came from inside my dorm closet. I always went in there to change right after I took a shower, and he knew my routine. I go into my dorm closet and find the hole where he would have put the camera or iPod. It was 4 a.m. when I found all of this, and I guess it hadn't hit me yet because I was so tired and just knocked out. Then I woke up, realizing what I had found and how serious it was. I called my best friend. She came over to my dorm and I showed her. Both of us cried on my bed for a while. I had never felt so violated in my life. Later that day, a group of my closest friends helped me confront him. I told him I found what was on his laptop. He looked at me like a deer in headlights. He started crying, saying, "I tried to stop, but I couldn't help myself." He then ran out the door and sat on a bench outside my dorm, crying with his head down for hours. I could see it from my window. After that, he stalked me. At my job, he would be outside when I got out at 10 p.m. and watch me from his car. I had a new boyfriend by then, my first real love, and he would be with me to protect me from my ex. He also tried to kill said new boyfriend with a bat when we all went to the same house party. My friends locked me and my new boyfriend in a room so that my ex couldn't get to us. I could hear him trying to break into the room and swinging the bat and breaking stuff in the house while others were holding him back. Then he disappeared at the party and everyone went to look for him. They found him outside on the porch in the fetal position, rocking back and forth and crying. A year later, even after losing his virginity to someone else, and me being with my new boyfriend for a while, he told some mutual friends that he didn't care about any girl, and that he just loved me forever. To this day, everyone I'm close to knows that if I were murdered, they knew who the prime suspect would be. I guess a reverse perspective might be nice. I'm probably the crazy ex, although nowhere near as crazy as most of these stories. I was best friends with the girl for 3 years before dating, and we dated for around a year. She broke up with me somewhere out of the blue, and I insisted that we stay friends because I didn't want to lose her as a girlfriend and as a friend. Well, frankly, I convinced myself that her decision wasn't real and that she'd change her mind the next day. And when she didn't, the next week and so on, I messaged her daily and she would message back. But in hindsight, I probably shouldn't have bothered contacting her. Normally, I'm a rather reserved person, but when I'm drunk, I've been known to do some stupid things. This included showing up at her apartment at 2 a.m. with pages of drunken breakup poetry that I thought somehow would impress her, and pouring my drunken soul open to her. After she kicked me out, like any sane person should do, I began my cold, dark walk home. Despite all the stuff that she must have put up with me post-breakup, she still decided to call me the next morning to say, "I don't ever want you to show up my apartment again, but I wanted to make sure that you got home safe." I guess it made me realize that even though it feels like she hurt me beyond repair, it wasn't fair of me to lose control of myself like I had. So I'm not the craziest of exes, and thankfully I've reached some clarity about the whole situation. But I still feel disgusted with myself for acting the way that I did. Oh well, hopefully she'll forgive that one day. I dated a stripper for about 6 months. Yeah, I know. My little brother got cancer partway through our relationship, and I was obviously in the hospital with him the majority of the time. She got the flu, and without fail she called me every day crying that I wasn't able to take care of her. Not the best, but how our relationship ended was quite grand. We adopted a cat for Valentine's Day, and she loved him to death. One day she is leaving for work and asks me to feed the cat. Of course I will, but I had an unusually long day at work and I was tired, so I decided to lay down on her couch and take a cat nap. Pun fully intended. Well, she got off early, and seeing that I did not feed the cat, I started having a dream that I was being stabbed with a fork. Well, I was. 13 times in the back because I didn't feed the cat. I proceeded to get up and run out of the apartment while she was chasing me. She threw her heels at me with deadly accuracy, hit me right in the back of the head, and stunned me enough that I fell down 2 flights of stairs, got concussed, and sprained both ankles and wrists. The next day she calls me and acts like nothing happened. While I was in class, I was receiving a ton of calls, texts, and voicemails from my then ex. I ignored them and refused to be distracted because it was a midterm review session. He then found my class, threw open the classroom door, and started dragging me by the arm to leave the class. I was absolutely horrified that this scene was occurring in front of about 40 people. I resisted because I really wanted to stay in the class and he was being crazy, irrational, and ridiculous. He finally was able to drag me out, and though the entire class was silent and watching, they did nothing to help. However, when I finally got outside, I told him off. When he finally left, the class was over, and I returned to my own dorm room. It was torn apart. My laptop was folded over its back, and its screen had been stomped on and distorted. My DS was murdered in a like manner. My mirror was cracked down the middle with blood on its broken edges. Finally, in the middle of my room were torn out leaves of my diary with drops of blood on them. Apparently, my ex had broken into my room, read my diary, and went berserk. On the pages he tore out, I had written something like, "I'm glad we broke up. I'll find someone better." Yeah, he's definitely a crazy ex. He continued doing other crazy stuff for a while. I called the police on him a few times, but they didn't do anything to help. Eventually, he graduated and disappeared. I was engaged to my high school sweetheart, who I pretty much allowed to treat me like dirt for years. After high school, while we were living together, it was apparent that the relationship wasn't going anywhere, and I finally found the courage to end it. I was the one with the job and the money, so I was keeping the apartment and asked her to move out. I think I gave her like 2 weeks or something, but it was a long time ago. Eventually, she shacked up with some guy, I think, and was out of my hair. Every now and then, she would pop in because she left all of her stuff at my place while she was trying to find a new place. I kept hearing stories from everyone of her epic levels of sluttiness, and just tried to stay away from it as best as I could. At some point, though, out of anger, I went into her jewelry box and took back the engagement ring that I had given her. It was several weeks before she realized it was gone, and I'd already sold it by then, and told her so when she confronted me in my apartment. She lost her crap. She started demanding that I give it back to her, or at least its value in cash. I told her that's not how engagement rings work and she can leave. She started hitting me and trashing my place. I didn't have to take it. She was smaller than me and I was at the time, a black belt, but I just let her take out her anger. She ripped my shirt, slapped me, punched, kicked, bit, everything. Finally, she hit me square in the face and drove my head into the door behind me. On the other side of that door was a calendar hanging on a nail that stuck through the door. Just a small amount, but enough to drive it into the back of my skull, and it really hurt. I just grabbed her hands to stop her from flailing anymore and directed her over to the door. She could tell that I had lost my patience, so she just stormed out. About an hour later, she shows back up, this time with her mom, and the police. The cop took my statement, took one look at me and asked if I wanted to press charges, or if I needed an ambulance. I declined both, and then he escorted her and her mom off the property and advised that they take it up with small claims court if they wanted to proceed any further. I was dating a young lady who lived in the Midlands, and she'd come down to London on the weekends and we'd have some fun. Nothing too serious, but it made my weekends enjoyable. Out of the blue, I was asked to move from London to New York by work, and so I told my then casual partner that I'd have to break things off because I was leaving the country. She accepted it and stopped coming down on the weekends. Anyway, fast forward a few months and my move to New York gets canned due to budget cuts. I still had my ex on Facebook, and I started to notice some odd photos popping up. It turned out that she had quit her job and moved to New York when she thought that I was going to move, and was now living there for 6 months. She reached out to tell me a few days later, and I had to explain that I wasn't there. She was angry. About 2 years ago, my ex and I went through a really nasty breakup. Lots of crying and nasty words said. It became apparent that she had a lot of emotional problems and really wasn't the person that I thought she was. Lots of anger and lots of lying, as I discovered. And to make things stranger, she is the one who dumped me multiple times and was absolutely furious when I finally accepted it and told her that it was time for her to go. I wasn't exactly perfect either, but that's what happens. I had also started a new and healthy relationship at this point, maybe 3 weeks after the primary breakup, which made her angry to no end. Anyway, she shows up one day to collect some belongings that were still at my place, and she sets me down on the bed and hands me a note telling me to read it out loud. It was a really nasty speech about how I am incapable of love and a terrible person and deserve to die. I refused, but she's screaming at me, and I was just like, fine, I'll read it if it'll make you go away. So I finish the speech, and she pulls out a loaded gun from her purse and spends the next 15 minutes trying to muster the will to pull the trigger and splatter my brain all over the wall. She says she knows the law. She knows she'll be caught. She knows where she'll go to prison, and she's fine with it because I'll be off of this planet. So I spend this time poorly, not to totally freak out, and with tears streaming down my face, telling her that she's not a killer and just needs to go live her life without me. We parted with a hug, and I just learned that she got engaged to a new guy a couple of months ago. One day, I was on the phone with my best friend and told her that I was thinking about leaving my ex because he's too much. Next thing I know, my phone is going off, and he's asking me if I plan on leaving him. I was flabbergasted, and I got freaked out so he could tell. So then he told me that he set up a camera in the living room so he could see if I'm bringing anyone home. He said I could unplug it because he realized that it was irrational, and as long as I promised not to leave him. Fast forward a week later, I noticed my tapestry was moved from behind the bed. When I looked behind there, sure enough, I saw the cord to another camera. I immediately unplug it, and there goes my phone blowing up with calls and messages. Our relationship only lasted a total of 8 months with him. Funny thing is, he was the one cheating and making Tinder accounts of us looking for another female to join us without my permission. To this day, I have to block accounts that he makes just to stalk my social medias. And I am a really private person now. My ex bought a new phone and lost all of his numbers. He asked me to text him so he can save my number again. As him and I drive home, I text him, "Hey sexy, what's up?" And he responds, "Hey, can't talk right now. I'll text you back in 5. I figure he's messing with me and forgot about it. As soon as we get home, he goes to the bathroom. A moment later, my phone lights up. X. So, hey, what's up? Me. Not much, you. X. Super in the mood. Want to meet up tonight? Me. Why not right now? I'm in the mood too. X. Okay, I'll try to make it as soon as possible, cool? Me. Yeah. A moment later, he comes out of the bathroom for the following conversation. Him. I'm actually just gonna head home, I think. Don't feel too good, is that okay? Me. Okay. X. Oh, but can you text me real quick so I have your number? Me. Sure. I send him a text while we stand in the same room. Hi. Him. Crap. I forgot what exactly happened afterwards, but I vaguely remember removing him forcefully from my apartment. A real keeper, that one. She asked me to do a triathlon that her brother was doing, and she was going to watch his son. I've never done one before, but she told me that she really thought that it would be good for me, and would be really proud of me if I did it. So I did. It was a whole weekend camping trip. It rained the whole time. We got there on Friday. I unpacked my setup, cooked, cleaned, and did everything the whole trip. Her brother apparently forgot to register, so it was just me doing the triathlon, which was on Sunday. Woke up at 5 a.m., jumped in the coldest water I have ever been in to start, but finished it. It was a mini triathlon, so like swim half a mile, 13-mile bike ride, and 5K run. But still, that's a lot for me. Anyway, when it ended, I went back to camp. She made me pack everything up, then told me if I couldn't put the tent in the original cardboard box it was in, not just the bag that it was in. When I said she was welcome to do it herself, she told me that her ex had no issue doing it. Mind you, I'm exhausted from, the triathlon, and she just watched me pack everything alone. I put it in the box but ripped it halfway down. I didn't give a crap. Drove 3 hours home and she broke up with me on the car ride home because she just didn't see any potential in me anymore. So yeah, good times. My ex proposed to me publicly at a bar in front of all of our friends. He liked the way it went so well that he proposed to me 2 more times at 2 different bars. We were bar hopping in our hometown in front of everyone we know. I said yes 3 times. So we set a date and I planned this whole wedding. Buy the dress, set up the hall and the catering, flowers, everything. The only jobs that he had were to buy and rent tuxedos for himself and his groomsmen, and to find someone to marry us on the date that we had chosen. It was getting really close to our date, and he hadn't done any of the things that he agreed to do. I finally confronted him about it, about a month before this whole event that I had planned, at which time he told me that he was not going to marry me, and that he didn't think that I was going to take his proposals so seriously and actually plan a wedding. 3 times. Shaking my head. I am happily married to someone else now. I dated a guy my age in my senior year in high school who began to show signs that he was mentally unstable when upset. I decided to break up with him one day when he picked me up in his car. When I tried to get out of the car, he started driving. I told him to please let me out and he would not. Instead, we ended up at his house. I would like to mention that I didn't call the police because I didn't suspect any danger from him. I just thought that he was being a jerk. I did call a close friend during the drive to let her know where I was and where I was going. Once we arrived, he told me to come inside his house, and I refused and was getting my phone to call a cab. I couldn't walk home since I didn't know the area too well. It was absolutely ridiculous to see this guy ball up his fist and make this childlike tantrum face and swear at me that he was going to shout at the top of his lungs if I refused him. Fast forward a week or so, the guy would send me nasty text messages, talking to me like I murdered his family or something. He began to message my Facebook friends asking for me. It was really embarrassing, and showed up at my doorstep asking for me. It was horrifying, and I never thought that people like that existed and that it would ever happen to me. He stopped when I told him that I would call the cops and the school, as well as his parents. My ex-husband decided to start shooting up during the middle of our marriage while I was pregnant with our son. Then he decided to live on the streets and not work. He went to jail, got clean, did okay for a year, then walked out on me for another woman. 2 months go by and he decided that he wanted to work things out. I did not. So he moved into my apartment. I left and gave him the place. He stalked me. One night he broke into my new home and got in bed with me. Now he tells people that I'm the one that screwed him over because I left. Oh, and he burned down my first house, cooking French fries. This girl that I knew asked me out, and we seemed to get along quite well. So I thought. I knew her mom wasn't a fan of me, so we kept it quiet for a while, hoping that maybe her mom would warm up to me. Well, her mom found out and crap hit the fan. I thought maybe my girlfriend would try and calm her down, but boy was I wrong. A couple of days after her mom found out, my girlfriend suddenly sided with her mom, and they both really started abusing me. I noped out, but then they both started stalking me everywhere I went. I couldn't get away from them. Neither of them drove, so they would catch public transport from their side of the city to mine just to abuse me. They would wait at places that they knew that I frequented. I thought that they may have gotten tired and over it, but it kept going on for a couple of months. Every time I came across them, all I got was screaming and shouting. Absolute crap from both of them. I finally decided to take action and get a restraining order. They tried a couple of more times, but they eventually gave up. I had very little trust in women and people in general for a long time after that. It was one of the most traumatic things I've been through. Oh, and I don't think we were even dating for 3 whole weeks before her mom found out. My ex, JJ, was a creep. I was with him for 19 months. This happened around 2 months into the relationship, just as he was starting to get controlling, and it terrified me. It was 2 a.m. and I was in bed. I have super bad insomnia, so I was just listening to YouTube and scrolling through Reddit, not expecting to sleep for at least a couple of hours, when I heard a tap tap on my window. I assumed it was my cat, so I called her name because she always meowed whenever she heard her name. It was silent, and then tap, tap, tap. I turned my YouTube right down and called my cat again. I hear her meow in the bathroom and panicked. It wasn't her outside my window. Outside my window is the roof of an extension that was built. It slopes up to my window and can be easily climbed onto via my neighbor's woodshed. At that point, I know there was someone out there, but I was too scared to look. I sent JJ a message about it, but he was asleep, and it sent but didn't deliver. The tapping kept happening. Roughly every 20 seconds there would be a tap, 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 and then silence. It continued for about 45 minutes while I lay in bed just listening. I felt like I was stuck in bed, like if I came out from under the quilt, then they would somehow get me. After an hour, I realized it stopped completely. I pulled myself from my bed and went to my kitchen where I could see the roof, and I saw a pair of legs dangling over the edge, illuminated by a torch. I decided to give up with my mom, and slept on the sofa with my cat that night. At least whoever's it was wouldn't know where I was. Next thing I know, I'm waking up to my alarm. I go to turn it off and notice that I have Snapchats from JJ, which is odd but not unheard of. They're all from around 3:30 a.m., so probably just after I fell asleep. I opened the snaps and my stomach dropped. It was a photo of my bedroom window from the outside. Then one of the legs dangling into my garden. And then one of me sleeping on the sofa, taken through the kitchen window. I messaged him asking him what the heck he was doing. I got a reply saying he'd come to check on me and chased a guy off from my house. At that point, he had me convinced that he could do no wrong, and if I opposed him, I was scared about what might happen, so I just left it at that. From then on, it happened a couple more times, and every time I just tried to ignore it. But with the joy of hindsight, I know I shouldn't have. I should have told someone or broken up with him, but I was too scared of what he might do. I have a lot of stories about JJ. I might write some more. I've been considering putting it in a book sometime now, but I'm not sure. I hope if anyone reads this, then they enjoy it. So for starters, I've been dating this girl for a while now. Her name being Isabel, going on a year very soon. And all is going well in that regard. However, when we first met, she told me about a less than ideal ex-boyfriend that she had a couple of years before she had met me. They still went to the same school, and he ended up going to the same university as us after we graduated high school as well. Apart from that, all 3 of us went to the same church, meaning there was a lot of opportunity for him to meet us. The creepy encounters with him, Jose being his name, started a little before he graduated high school. After he heard we were dating, he was furious, even going as far as to say that I was abusive on Twitter, but nobody believed him, given his accusation was complete horse crap, and he was notorious for doing the same in the past, in order to keep Isabel from talking to other guys when they were together. That was just the beginning though. It started off small at first, seeing him at the mall whenever we would go out on dates, before it was illegal to go outside. After a while, it seemed like a little too much to seem like a coincidence though. He started showing up to our church, which, although wouldn't ever really be abnormal, he all of a sudden joined the same youth ministry as well. It seemed as if he was trying to get as close to us as possible at all times. There was one instance that I remember very specifically. At a grad party everyone was invited to. Everyone was in the backyard, and I remember looking across the patio and just seeing him staring at me and Isabel from the other side. His eyes didn't move, and his breathing was very heavy, as if he was angry, anxious, or both. He didn't try anything that night though, probably because of the other people there that night. After I left the party and dropped off my girlfriend at her house for the night, I saw a black car following me for a majority of the way home, which I didn't really think much of, and not to sound like that guy or anything, but I wasn't too worried about it either. I'm fairly well built, and I've done martial arts for a little over 6 years. The next day, that same car was tailing me almost the whole day while I was running errands. Things got a little heated in the afternoon though. I was sitting in my car outside of a store, waiting for a curbside pickup, when he parked a few spaces down from me, got out of his car and came up to my window. He started yelling at me, saying that I would never be good enough for Isabel, that she still loved him no matter what I thought, and that he was going to make sure that she and I weren't together. I just tried to ignore him. Starting anything probably would have been a bad move, given that he hadn't even touched me or my car, but I was still a little heated. After heading home, it was already pretty late, so I just played video games for a while till I was tired enough to go to sleep. When I was walking back to my room, I saw him from my window, just standing there on the sidewalk looking right at me. The only reason that I knew it was him was because of the light from one of the street lamps. My parents had also seen him and asked me to go check it out since they aren't the youngest of people and wouldn't be able to do much other than yell at him to go away. But as soon as I walked out, he just got in his car and left. This happened every night for about 3 days straight. The last night I ever saw him was not like the others, except this time he didn't leave when I went outside. In fact, he started walking closer to me. I didn't notice until he was a lot closer, but he had something in his hand. I couldn't tell what it was, but it looked like a fairly large knife that you would use in the kitchen. Adrenaline kicked in, and I ran back into the house and told my mom to call 911, after which I went back outside. He was just there in the front yard waiting. When I stepped outside, he said, "Isabel belongs to me, and I'm going to make that happen, no matter what." He ran at me with a knife, but muscle memory kicked in, and I had him pinned down after that. The cops came shortly after, and I explained the situation to them, after which he was arrested with a couple of different charges that I don't really remember. One other thing I do remember, however, was what was inside of his car. When the police came, they also searched his car to see if he had anything else that I should have been worried about. They found a bunch of tape, some rope, another large knife, a handgun, and a camera. I don't know what was going through his head, but I could at least guess from that kit he had in his back seat that he planned on hurting me in some way and recording it. I hate to think what would have happened if he had tried to come into the house while everyone was asleep, but I'm glad that he was arrested for what he did, or planned to do, anyways. I began dating a very cute, super fun, amazing, or so I thought, girl. I'm 29. She is 24. She was so easy to get along with. We had fun, took awesome road trips. We moved in together, got engaged, got married. Everything is awesome for about 3 years. Then, one day, she begins to act really weird and paranoid. Now, a little backstory. One of the things that she told me was that she had no contact with her parents because of her father's abuse. I mean, who would lie about that? She's totally not acting like herself. And finally, I ask her what is going on. She demands to see my email. This was before text messages. because she knows that I have been conspiring against her with my friends. I'm really confused, so I hand her my laptop and I'm like, babe, I have no secrets. You can read all the emails you want. The next day I come home from work and I find her moments from death. She's not breathing. I call 911. They come and bag her, get her on life support, the whole nine. The doctors tell me that it's likely that she won't survive the night. She OD'd on fentanyl and alcohol, also widely out of character for her. Amazingly, she doesn't die, and 3 days later comes out of her coma, only to tell the doctor that I've been keeping her locked up in the basement. We have no basement, and abusing her. It gets really messy. I find her parents' contact info through friends of hers that knew her brother. I call them and they come to my state. Turns out they had hired a private detective to find her and find out what was up in her life, etc., because she disappeared from them after college. There was no abuse. In fact, her parents told me about her diagnosis of borderline personality disorder, and she had episodes like this in high school and college, where she insisted that her boyfriend was abusing her. Anyway, I immediately filed for divorce. She had lied to me about her entire life. She dragged me through a year-long divorce, constantly lying to judges, etc. She would get lawyers to take her case because she convinced them that I was an abuser. Only after they found out the truth and that we had no money, they would drop her. Then she would get another one, so it took forever. The worst part was, she stole my dog, and I never did get her back. My sister and her husband have been married for a very long time. When they met, they were both married to other people and started cheating on their spouses. In 2008, when my sister came to visit me and my mom, she confessed that she was cheating on my brother-in-law. Before I found out my brother-in-law was an idiot, I had a lot of respect for him. So when my sister told me about the affair, I was furious. I had known my brother-in-law for years. I've always been able to tell my sister what I think, so that day I certainly told her off. She tried to defend her actions by telling me that she had been a good girl for then 18 years, and she deserved to be happy. I was like, what? She and I were standing out in my mom's front yard, and my sister is facing me with her arms crossed in front of her, pouting like a child. I gave her so much crap for what she was doing, but it got worse from there. She informed me that she was going to Honduras with the guy to help him do some contracting work. My sister told me that my brother-in-law knew about it. I was stunned. Well, my sister didn't go to Honduras after all. After she went back home, she ended the affair after she confessed it to her husband. He forgave her, saying, "I was once where you are now." The guy my sister was messing around with contacted my sister and asked if he could borrow $500 because work had been slow and he needed to make his truck payment. My sister asked her husband to loan the guy the money, and he did. My sister charged the guy interest on the loan and gave him a short period of time to repay it. The guy wasn't making any attempt to repay the money, so my sister got nasty. She warned the guy that if he didn't pay the loan off in full with the interest, my sister was going to contact the guy's wife and tell her about the affair. The guy thought that my sister was bluffing, but she wasn't. She sent the woman a letter telling her all about the affair and the loan. The money was repaid very shortly after with interest. To this day, I am still amazed that my brother-in-law is so stupid that he would loan money to a man who cheated on him with his wife. But things got worse. On Thanksgiving weekend, my brother-in-law went out of town to be with his son, daughter-in-law, and their daughter. Because they didn't live very far from me, I asked my sister to ride down with her husband, drop him off, and come down to my house. I was going to spend the holiday alone and really wanted to see my sister. She said that she just wanted to spend the time by herself, which I thought was odd. She wasn't invited to her husband's son's house because of a falling out that they had years ago and never reconciled. I tried and tried to get her to come and be with me, but she wouldn't. Okay, fine. Shortly after, I called my sister and asked her what she did over the weekend, and she hemmed and hawed about it. Finally, she told me that she had spent it with a guy that she had met. What the heck? She had me on speakerphone and my brother-in-law was in the room. My sister told me that she had confessed what she did to her husband. I was beyond stunned. Next thing I know, my sister and her husband had made an appointment with a psychiatrist. My sister claimed it was to work on their marriage. She told me the doctor told her he wanted to see my sister for her issues and give her prescriptions for them. The doctor also recommended therapy for my sister. My sister refused to get the prescriptions filled, but she did say that she would go into therapy. I have no idea how long she received help. She has a lot of issues though, and always has. These two people are still married and are still together. My sister and I haven't spoken to each other since the spring of 2009, but not because of her infidelity. She's probably still cheating on her husband, but whatever. He's an idiot for staying with her. When I was 23, I was renting my first place when my ex-girlfriend reached out to me. We had dated for X amount of months in high school. It's been over 10 years since high school, and I can't remember how long it was. It just went badly because I was a jerk and started talking to another girl. Anyway, my ex said that she was over what had happened when we were teenagers and was willing to give it another shot. So we have a date, and then several dates, and things are doing really well. A month into our relationship, one night I'm at work on a late shift, and she calls me saying that she had gotten into an argument with her mother. They had gotten into some sort of domestic about something that she got slapped, and needed to cool off at my place. I get home and turns out she was moving in. I'm pretty laid back and wanted to help with the rent anyways, so I'm somewhat okay with it. I mean, I knew I was walking into a snake pit, but I didn't know that it was going to be a viper pit. So we lived together for a whopping 2 months when things take a turn. She starts telling me that she's insecure about me talking to girls. Then that changes to watching adult videos as well, which didn't work because I have control issues. We start fighting a lot, sometimes all night long. She starts cutting herself, saying it was all my fault. She ends up getting tetanus. Late phone calls asking where I'm at work and who I'm with. I work late hours at an ambulance service. Things come to a head one night when Crazy X tries to tell me that looking at adult videos is the same as beating her. She starts screaming at me, bringing up all the cutting and the doctor visits, claiming that it's my fault. I get fed up and tell her to move out. This pushes her off the deep end. She grabs my handgun that I keep for self-defense, tells me that she's going to unalive herself then and there. I call the police. She leaves shortly afterwards, after she throws my loaded gun outside. I think, yay, it's over. But it wasn't. So a few days go by without incident. Crazy X texts me saying that she needs to give me her house key. I tell her no, to throw it away, but she drives to my house anyway, leaves the key and tapes a note to my door saying I'm mentally ill and need help, and she forgives me, blah blah blah. I stopped reading after the I need help part, and she keeps texting and texting asking if I read it, even going as far as to blaming her behavior on pregnancy, saying that the baby is mine, but she lost it due to stress. So here I am, years down the road, married, with a wonderful 2-year-old hellion, with no regrets of leaving the Crazy X. So, to that Crazy X, let's not meet again. I've shared a not as creepy event that's happened to me, but this particular occurrence never put me in any jeopardy. It was more my neighbors, but creepy nonetheless. Keep in mind that I am unsure of the exact age that I was during this series of events, but it took place over a majority of my life thus far, and promptly ended in 2011 when I was about 11. I remember most of these things happening, and my mom has filled me in on some of the details since. I'm not sure if it belongs here, but I really don't ever want to meet this person again. I live in a good neighborhood in a good city. It was being built when we moved there, but I always remember these two being my neighbors. Their names were Betty and Jeff. The first interaction that I remember having with either of them was when Betty gave my sister and I a whole bunch of McDonald's toys. You know how they display every one of the toys inside? We got one of those displays. I was 5 and my sister was 2, and I remember being ecstatic as any younger child would be. My mom later informed me that Betty would tell her that we were the cutest kids in the world, and that she wished she had children like us. Flash forward a few years later, where I'm guessing that I was about 7 or 8. I was hanging out with another girl my age, and was also my neighbor down the street. We left my house, and we were walking to hers. When we got outside, we saw Betty throwing a bunch of Jeff's stuff out of the second-story window. I vividly remember her screaming profanities as she tossed an old TV set out the window, and smelling cologne that she must have thrown out the window as well. My friend and I rushed to get inside, and we just thought that she was crazy. Between the ages of 8 and 10, Betty and Jeff must have had a few more fights. There's nothing that I can remember, but I do remember my mother telling me that Betty confronted my dad. My dad had been outside doing yard work at about 8:30 or 9 p.m. It was summertime, so the sun was still out and the kids were still outside yelling and playing. All of a sudden, Betty marched out of her house and straight to my dad. She yelled at him for keeping everyone awake with the sound of a leaf blower, and probably called him an MFer a few times. I would understand her anger more if it was dark out, but it still kind of confuses me. Maybe she had a right to be angry. One day when I was 10, I had returned home from school to the sight of police cars and a bunch of yellow caution tape surrounding Betty and Jeff's house. I ran inside and asked my mom what had happened, but she had no clue. She later found out from my other neighbor that Betty had died, possibly by being thrown down the stairs or something like that. They were trying to figure out if it was self-inflicted, or if Jeff had finally lost his stuff and killed her. A few days later, I was outside by myself drawing with chalk. As soon as I got outside, I saw Jeff walk over to his glass door. He hadn't been arrested for anything yet, and was still presumed innocent. I thought I had nothing to worry about, so I continued on and retrieved my chalk from the garage. I began to draw when I noticed that Jeff was staring out his door, and staring directly at me. This continued for 10 minutes. I eventually got creeped out and went to tell my dad. By the time he came outside with me, Jeff had left the door. That's when I realized that maybe Jeff was the crazy one. In April of 2011, Jeff was convicted of aggravated murder and sentenced to life in prison with no chance of parole for 30 years. He gave Betty a fatal dose of antifreeze, and I'm still unsure of whether he actually pushed her drugged and dead body down the stairs for good measure. After reading an article on it, Betty claimed that Jeff was very abusive and would not let her do anything without his permission. That would explain her behavior, but I'm still not completely convinced that she was entirely innocent either. A new couple has since moved into their house. They're completely normal from what I can tell. Knock on wood. And we haven't had any murderous events happen on my street since. This happened a little bit ago, about a month, and it was a bizarre experience to say the least. I'm 15, and I was playing some video games before passing out. It was about, say, 11 p.m. when I hear the doorbell ring. Out of instinct, I begin walking downstairs. But about halfway there, rationality came to mind. Who the heck rings a doorbell at 11 p.m.? I silently strode back upstairs and stood in the hall, kinda expecting something bad to happen. Exactly 1 minute later, it rings twice. My parents begin to leave their room and give me a quizzical look, and all I had to respond with was a shrug. Then he starts banging on the door. My mother jumps at the first bang, and my father's eyes widened, but more in confusion than fear. He decided to go downstairs and peep through the view hole. It was our neighbor. My dad hesitantly opened the door, and I could hear my father's voice tremble slightly. Hey, what do you need? Next thing I hear is an entire full-blown scream argument from our neighbor, claiming that this household was his and we stole it from him. My father's uneasiness was quickly replaced with annoyance, and he simply shut the door without giving our neighbor the time of day. My dad stepped on the first step going up the stairwell when our neighbor first hit the door. I'm not talking banging with a fist. This man was full-on body slamming it. My father was stunned for a second, and my neighbor charged the door again. This time we began to hear the splintering of wood. Everyone reacted at once. My father went to brace the door with his body. My mother went to go get the other two kids, and I went for 911. The body slamming ensued for another 5 minutes, and while I was on the phone with 911, it stopped. I thought it was over and I was relieved, but I still stuck on the phone. I go peek out the front window of my house, and boy was it only getting started. Our neighbor took his Jeep Wrangler and simply directed it straight at our house. We had zero clue what he was doing, until he hit the gas and we heard the squealing of tires. Then he immediately hit the brakes. He was trying to scare us out of the house. I was still on the phone with 911, and I stepped away from the window to comfort my siblings, crack jokes and such. Eventually, police arrived and arrested him. The next morning, I left for school, still shaken from the night before. I stepped onto our front steps and saw tire marks leading up to our front door. The lunatic actually nearly rammed our door down with his car. I really never want to see this guy ever again. But he lives directly to my right. Also, I don't know if he has a mental illness or not. I'm sorry. And no, I'm not going to physically harm him via blade or bullet, so stop suggesting that. I also don't care if he had threatened us. The situation was resolved with no one harmed. Stop saying that I or my father should have hurt anyone. There was no need. Rationality over emotion. And no, not even I trust my guardians with a firearm. I would probably be the best candidate for it, but I doubt my father will buy a gun and rely on his 15-year-old son to use it. Best that I wait until I'm of age. Hey everyone. This is a real story that has absolutely traumatized me and my boyfriend. 2 years ago, I moved to the UK for university, as I always wanted to go there and get away from my parents, as the situation at home was beginning to become a bit too toxic for me. In my first year at uni, I moved into a student accommodation and met some really great people. It was a good year without meeting my boyfriend, who I'm still with and just enjoying my time away from my family and discovering what independence really meant. Anyhow, as second year came by, I decided with some friends to move into a house rented by student accommodations. But at least we had our own house and weren't restricted as much with noise and parties, as living in a small shared flat like in the first year. Note, I had a ground floor room, and my window gave into a very small backyard, in which I would go smoke every day as I'm a smoker, and in which there would be a very thin wooden door giving into the other side of the street, where you would put your bins and broken chairs, blah blah blah. The door could only be closed and locked from inside the backyard, but since it was an old door, we had to attach some strings to keep it closed for good. I had neighbors on each side of the house, so we were surrounded by families and some other student accommodations. The neighbors on the right of us were 5 boys, who looked way over the age of being in university. They were strange, so to say. I met one of them outside of our house one day because of a police intervention due to one of his flatmates attacking him, and the others with a kitchen knife, and burning their kitchen down. I heard some screams, and so I went outside with my flatmates, and saw one of them being covered in blood and cuts everywhere on his arm, and a wound on his head inflicted by a kitchen knife. Me and my flatmates didn't know what to do, so we offered him to help to clean himself, and to give him an old t-shirt to change out of his bloody clothes. We then saw the guy who hurt these flatmates being escorted out by the police and into a van and driven off to be arrested. I don't know anything more about the story. The police didn't really tell us anything else. Anyway, the guy who we helped was quite weird. He said a lot of stuff and kept trying to grab me and flirt with me. And we noticed when helping him he smoked quite a lot of marijuana, but just didn't really care at the moment, as we just wanted to make sure that he was okay, as we didn't know him. Then, after some time had passed, I would go to uni and come back home and see him quite often in the street, and just never said a word to him again. But one day, he came up to me in the street while I went to the corner shop, and started talking to me weirdly, and I didn't feel comfortable at all with that for some reason, so I just didn't respond to him. He then just said, "Oh, that's okay. I'll just wait in front of your house then, and we can talk further." Needless to say, I was creeped out, and just thought that he was joking. So I bought my drink at the shop and headed back to my street. And as I turned into the street where my house was, I saw him with his flatmate sitting on my doorstep and waiting for me. So I panicked and went back next to the corner shop, and called my only guy flatmate to ask him to open the door and tell the guys to go away. But obviously he wasn't home and no one else was either. So I literally just waited it out until they left an hour later, and then sprinted back home and locked the front door. Note, my front door had a glass panel on it where you would be able to kind of make out who was standing in front of it. After this already pretty scary encounter, I just tried to avoid the guy, and mostly succeeded for a while. But then one day, as I went smoking in the backyard, I noticed that the wooden door, which is always closed, was open, and the strings that we put there to keep it closed were cut off. For whatever reason, I didn't think anything of it, and just closed the door again and put a new string on it, thinking that it was one of my flatmates who took the bins out and just didn't tie it back. The weird neighbors would often scream and yell and fight in their house, and it would wake me and my flatmates up in the middle of the night. But we kind of got used to it after a while. But one evening, my boyfriend slept over like he usually did, and he, who usually never wakes up because of noise, woke up in the middle of the night because of a bang and some whispering. I was sound asleep, so he very silently woke me up, and we both just waited in the dark and listened for any other noises. Suddenly, we heard the wooden door just bang, just shot open, and some footsteps next to my window. I always had my window open because it would get really warm inside. So we both just froze. And then we heard the door leading to the backyard get shaken softly, as if they were trying to get inside. And then they stopped. Luckily, we had the curtains closed, so they couldn't see us. But we were ready to get dressed and get out of the room and lock them in if they came in from the window. Then we just heard the window move and get more open, and one of the guys sang something in a different language that we didn't understand. And then we started to hear them trying to get in. My boyfriend and I just shot up out of the bed, took my phone, put on clothes, and ran out of the room and out of the house. I then called my flatmates and told them to lock themselves in their rooms, and then I called the police, who luckily came in less than 5 minutes, as the headquarters were only a couple streets down from us. I don't remember anything after the police came. I think that me and my boyfriend were in shock. They ended up catching one guy. The other fled and was later found a few streets up smoking weed. The police told us that they went inside of the house and found a lot of meth and heroin, and that they were just carrying a massive kitchen knife with them. I was so confused, as I've never done anything to offend or do anything wrong to my neighbors. So the idea of them breaking in with God knows what intentions with a kitchen knife terrorized me and my boyfriend. The two guys ended up being arrested, and one of them was put in prison for 2 years for carrying a weapon with intention to harm. I never heard anything else from the police, and I moved back home a few months later, as I was so scared and it tormented me for months on end, not knowing what would have happened if my boyfriend didn't wake up. I'm now still coping with it, and I find it really tough to get over it. I'm always asking myself what if, and what would have happened. I now very often wake up because of the slightest noise, and I get horrible nightmares because of it. But hey, at least I'm still with my boyfriend, and we often talk about it, and it helps a lot. I am omitting identifying details for privacy's sake. If your world absolutely cannot go on without them, then I guess feel free to DM me. You've got a 50-50 shot of me answering or me telling you to leave me alone. But let's take it back to 2007 to 2008. I was 16 when this began, 18 or 19 when it finally went to court. Picture a Norman Rockwell-esque suburban family. Parents, 3 kids, a yard and a dog, and blink and you'll miss it, USA. One random day, a neighbor man has a mild dispute with his neighbor. As a totally warranted response, neighbor man takes every hose that he has and floods their yard. Solid decisions lead to solid consequences, so naturally he was fined for water waste. My parent runs the water in small-town USA, and because neighbor man lived a block from us, he decided to drive over to the water district, shouting that he is an acquaintance of my parent. Second solid decision of many to come from neighbor man. Absolutely no one takes kindly to name-dropper folks, so tuck that gem away under life facts. My parent comes in and tells him that even if his kids did this, they would still have the same repercussions, gracefully glossing over the fact that, other than maybe driving by one another, none of us actually have ever interacted with neighbor man. Neighbor man repeats the name of the man working at the front desk, as well as my parents' name, and claims it's now personal, and storms out. My family members and I began to see neighbor man at random places constantly. The DMV, the grocery store, our respective jobs, etc. Apparently, when you're cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs and your parents pay for your house, you have all kinds of time to stalk. It went from random sightings while out and about to phone calls. The cliche 90s type of call, breathe, hang-ups, and the I can see you variety. At this point, neighbor man was more of an annoyance than scary. But as I've stated, when you underestimate crazy, you lose every time. Neighbor man began parking across from our house, staying from 6 p.m. to 4 a.m., literally just sitting in his car, blasting music, staring at the house. Fool must have had the determination and bladder of a racehorse, because who sits there for 10-ish hours? His music was trash too. Maybe he was a masochist, seeing how long that he could suffer through crappy music and a full bladder. I doubt that anyone with a semi-rational concept of social interaction could fathom why. This went on from 3 to 4 times a week to a nightly occurrence. Imagine being a 16-year-old female that doesn't even feel comfortable to change in her room because of the prospect that he might see through the blinds somehow, trying to sleep knowing he's out there. We were prisoners in our own home. He began to get bolder. Neighbor man drove his car speeding and up onto the sidewalk at my sibling and her partner while they were on the sidewalk, out front coming home from a date. They both had to physically jump out of the way to avoid being hit. He made lewd gestures at me when I brought my dog out for a walk and was waiting for my sibling to come out and join us on the walk. It was so bad that I ended up crying and going back inside. This had been going on for a year at this point. The cops always said the same thing. There's nothing we can do unless there is a threat made against you or someone is harmed. My parent confronted, meaning tired of his crap and asking him what he thinks he's doing, neighbor man in the street after my incident, to which neighbor man called the cops, and they came asking us why we were harassing and threatening neighbor man. I will never understand why the system waits until you're a victim rather than prevents someone from being victimized. Almost 2 years in and it's Christmas time. My parent has a brain aneurysm. Fortunately, they made it through without any lingering effects, which is extremely rare. I convinced my other parent, who had been living at the hospital with their sick partner, to come home and shower and eat. At about 9 p.m., we get a knock at the door. A random man in random clothes, holding a Christmas present, says that he's here to deliver it to family name. We ask who sent him, and he says he can't say. We ask who he works for, and he shoves the gift at my parent and leaves. We were obviously very uncomfortable opening it. Parent decides that they need to know what it is and opens the present. Inside is a 17-page document of the grounds on why neighbor man is suing my parent that was currently in the hospital. Even I could tell that it was fake with the grammatical errors and typos. Neighbor man took the time to set and type this up himself, thinking that it would scare us. The document and fake details that he put in did not. The fact that this 40-something-year-old man was so fixated on our family that he sat and typed a 17-page fake document did scare us, however. Things progress, and neighbor man began pacing in front of his car and pretending to have phone calls, and where he talked about pushing my parent down the stairs, or knowing where the kids went to school and worked, and how easy it would be to access us at any time. At the time, I worked a closing shift, and it let me off at about 1 a.m. He would be parked next to my car and follow me home. One time, I even tried to take random roads, and he still stayed right behind me, pulling up to the house with neighbor man parked across the street. Think neighborhood street with maybe 5 feet between a car parked on one side and one on the other, and having to get out and run to the door was a nightmare. We were all exhausted from not only the aneurysm scare, but also living looking over our shoulders. My parents' friend told her friend, who is a DA, about the situation. She called and came over and took our case on pro bono. Testifying was a wild ride. We had to put in official statements prior to being called to the stand. We were not allowed to be in the room when a family member was testifying, nor were we allowed to talk in the halls as we waited for our turn. Imagine reliving 2+ years of traumatic experiences, being cross-examined where you're made out to be a liar, and then not able to have your family comfort or support you afterwards. Needless to say, it was not ideal. There was enough to put him away for 1.5 years, as well as a grant of felony restraining order. We moved while he was still incarcerated. My sister passed while he was in prison, and he immediately tried to sue her estate. She was 21 at the time of her death. He tried to sue her after he was released. He claimed that her testimony from him running his car at her and her pretending was false, and the only reason he was locked up. That's not the case, as there were harassment and stalking charges, and that the money that people donated to a GoFundMe for her accident, he was entitled to. There's so many more details, but this was already long enough. So neighbor man, let's never meet again. You made us prisoners in our home for years, and clearly, you are still the same. and have not learned a thing from your time locked up. The dumbest part about all of this is it's not even the first creepy experience that I've had living in this apartment. Both floor units are giant suck. I live on the bottom floor in the back corner of an apartment building in a major city. One of my bedroom windows looks out into a ground level, inaccessible dirt alleyway between my building and the one next door. Well, a weird new guy moved into the next door building, and boy does he chain smoke his heart out. Oftentimes he smokes cigarettes and sits in his window, but sometimes we will climb out and stand in the alley. The first time I ever noticed him, it was well after nightfall when I was home alone. I saw an ember levitating in the darkness, and then it dawned on me. It's someone smoking. In the pitch dark. I promptly closed the shutters, but not before noticing that he was looking directly into my bedroom. Okay, I get it. I'm moving around and I caught his eye. No big deal. Over the next few months, my boyfriend or I would notice him occasionally. If you lay on my bed, you are at a low enough angle where you can see him when he's at the window through the cracks in the blinds. We noticed that he always seems to be looking in my window's general direction. Always. He doesn't just smoke a cigarette here and there. This dude will either sit in his window and chain smoke for an hour, or pop out several times at night. So it beckons the question, is he just looking in our general direction, or does he see us? I've been having some creepy things happening with a new neighbor in my apartment complex recently. Sometimes I wonder if I'm just overreacting, but I would love a second opinion. I'm a 24-year-old female college student living 2 blocks from school. I've lived in the same spot for 2 years, and I've never had any issues. I have a small emotional support dog that lives with me too. This will be important later. Things just got weird this last month. A guy moved into the apartment below me. His apartment is to the right of the only stairwell leading up to my house. I always have to walk by his door to walk to class, check my mail, or get into my car. To describe him, he honestly reminds me a lot of Norman Bates. Quiet, strange, small build, pale skin and bright blue eyes. Something about him just seems off. I first met him when I was trying to leave my apartment. I was about to back up when some jerk pulled his car, blocking me from exiting. I was getting out of my car to ask him to pull forward, when my new neighbor was also getting into his car. Instead of letting me speak to this guy, he told him to move and I politely said thank you and left. The next day, he was waiting outside by his bike to go to class. He instead follows me up the hill to make small talk. He asks me a lot of questions which made me feel a little interrogated. Some of the questions were like, where are you from? How old are you? Are you single? How long have you been here? 2 days later on a Saturday, he knocks on my door forcefully at 8 a.m. I jump up out of my sleep and look through the peephole to see him standing there rocking back and forth. Mind you, I've only seen him twice, and we've never had a real conversation other than him trying to pry into my life like he knows me. He knocks on my door 3 more times, and finally just slips something underneath it and leaves. I wait about 10 minutes and open the door to find a note. It said, "Hello there, neighbor. I just have a few questions about your dog. How do you get away with having her? I want to get one but don't know how. I'd love to hear more. Cheers and kindest regards, Jimmy. P.S. Here's my number. Please text me." I decided to not text him because I don't like telling every person about why I have my dog. It's no one's business but mine and my realtor's. I also was uncomfortable with the fact that he came to my door with no knowledge that I lived in that specific unit. That's when things started to happen. He waits till I leave for school and rides his bike behind me. 2 weeks ago, I had to make several trips to my car because I brought groceries, and he stood by his window and watched me the entire time. Every time I go outside now, he watches me with the blinds open. He knows that I've noticed him too, but he doesn't seem to care. He just stares with a blank, lustful, or sinister look in his eyes. Yesterday, I took my dog outside, and he came outside of his house and stood at the back of the building to watch us play in the grass. He just stared at me. When I wanted to come back inside, he just watched me walk upstairs and pass him while he just had a cold look on his face. I've never been a woman who scares easily. I can take care of my own. But he is making me feel very, very uneasy. I live in a very small town, about a population of 1,100 if not less. Word gets around fast about a lot of things. I got the heads up in October of 2013 that I would be having a new neighbor soon, and he just got out of prison for some sort of crime, as he'd been registering on the offenders list. As a single female who lives alone and has some serious traumas, this did not set well with me. But the guy was pretty well shrouded in mystery, save for hearsay. When the guy first moved in, I was probably his biggest advocate. I kept telling people to give him a chance, because we still didn't really know what he was in prison for. I mean, hey, guys get put on the offender list even for peeing outside sometimes, right? But they don't go to prison for it either. Nevertheless, I decided I would try to keep an open mind. I'm going to take a minute to explain the layout of my apartment. My main entrance is a hidden door. I have a small driveway next to it and a bunch of bushes. The neighbor's house is right next to my entrance, separated by the bushes, and his front door pretty much faces mine, though mine faces to the south, while his is a straight view of my front door. I went weeks creeping around my own apartment in an effort not to have my new neighbor, even though I kept telling people to give him a chance. Admittedly, I was pretty weirded out by the situation, until one day while I was trying to get back into my car to go to work, and suddenly the neighbor popped out from behind that row of bushes. It startled me to be sure, but he introduced himself, and I introduced myself. He offered to trim the bushes. I'm not even kidding. Admittedly, I didn't know whether to laugh or be weirded out, but I just told him that I only rent the apartment, and I wasn't sure what my landlords would want. Sometime between here and there, it came out that he was in prison for attempted assault, as well as a slew of assault and battery charges. The official story goes that he was at a bar with several of his friends, and there was a group of women drinking there too. One of the girls felt sick and wanted to lay down in a friend's car in the parking lot, and he followed her, and yeah, you can see where it's going from there. I did not necessarily feel very endearing to him upon hearing that. I also felt the need to mention that we live within the school district. Elementary, middle, and high school are literally just up the street, and lots of parents were in an uproar about him living there, though I believe our state law indicates that there's no problem with it as long as no crimes were committed against a child. His parents were here with him for a bit, but I got the very distinct and accurate feeling that they were going to get him established here and then dump him on the community at large. In early November, I had a car accident. The neighbor came into my workplace, literally a block away. It's a small town, like I said. He came that afternoon. It was my day off, and started to ask my boss about me, starting with if I worked there. He almost had to have known since I walked to work pretty frequently, and at that point I wasn't trying to hide it. I was there first. No reason to go out of my way yet to avoid him. She said that his eyes were all over the place. like he was casing the joint, and he was rather possessive in speech. My neighbor. I met her. Mine, me, mine, my. And asked if I'd been in a wreck. She confirmed, and he said that he'd have to bring me over a care package. That was the last thing that I wanted. The whole exchange left her with a rather sour feeling in her stomach, and she called me immediately to let me know what had just transpired. I'm still relieved to say that the care package never came, but it definitely put me on edge. Even more so when he came into my work that following Monday to get breakfast and told me that he didn't know that I worked there. All right, at that point in time, I was definitely sketched out. His parents left the day before Thanksgiving. Yep, they left their son all alone the day before Thanksgiving. While I don't really like the guy, I think that was pretty screwed up. Somewhere between this time period, I started noticing him watching me. Not too frequently when his parents were there, but just enough for me to notice that he was watching, and for my hackles to be raised. After his parents dumped him there, the watching became pretty constant. All the time. I would leave in the morning. He's at the front door watching. I would leave in the middle of the day, conveniently outside waving. Come home at night in the pitch darkness, still waiting and watching. Over the next month and a half, things really escalated on that front. I was feeling less and less safe about going home. Several friends and family members witnessed him watching me. He seemed to skulk around at weird times. On Thanksgiving Day, he hit all the houses of single women on the block and dropped off 3-pound bags of M&Ms for anyone. He tried to knock on my door, but I didn't answer, and I've pretty much stopped responding to door knocking that does not come with a phone call or text first. He went upstairs to my landlord's entrance, introduced himself, and asked that she make sure that I get some of the candy. Yeah, no thanks. I talked to a female police officer, the only one we have. Yeah, we are that much of a token community. And she told me to start logging everything, and that the police would do nightly checks on their ride-arounds. My landlord cleared out a space on the other side of the garage for me, so I no longer have to park around back. I can use the other set of stairs to get directly into my apartment. Someone brought me some pepper spray, which I never hope to use, and I also have a samurai sword at my disposal. Pretty far-fetched there, but hey, whatever makes you feel better, right? It makes me so mad at myself to admit that I'm still really scared of this guy, especially upon recently learning that he has military training. More recently, he was spotted just sitting outside of my work at around 8 p.m., well after closing time. When he was noticed, he just tried to casually disappear into the night air. The guy seems to go out of his way to creep people out, and yet seems to have no idea why no one wants him around. I'm happy to report that I see less of him these days since I park inside, but he does make random stops inside my work to get an odd assortment of items. I've been instructed to go hide in the back until he leaves, which sometimes takes forever, since he seems to stall now and wait for me to come out until he's exhausted of all of his conversation options. Has anyone dealt with anything similar to this? I'd love to hear what you guys have to say or think about this situation. This is less of a creepy one-person encounter, and more a whole community creeped out by one man. The neighbor in question is somewhat famous for his lawn, an impossibly thick green landscape that he had tended by a company. I've vaguely been aware of him losing it on the landscapers, screaming at them outside. Enough that I knew he had a temper. The first real red flag that he might be legit crazy came last summer. He asked a teenage boy in the neighborhood to check in on the house once a day and make sure all the doors and windows were secured and water their flowers. The day they left, though, He left a crazy list, saying the kid had to be there multiple times a day, turning off and on different sets of lights at specific times, and leaving weird chores for him. Also, the kid was not allowed to walk on the lawn, and had to remove his dirty shoes before walking on the concrete sidewalk. He was never to enter the house, but was to turn off and on the lights from the doorway by means of a stick with a loop on it. Also, he was not allowed to use the garden hose to water the lawn, and had to instead use a teeny tiny watering can. The letter implied that my neighbor would have the kid under surveillance and would have pictures if he failed to comply. Basically, the kid's parents called him and said that they weren't comfortable with the situation anymore, and while they would keep an eye on the house, the deal was off. They argued over the phone. When my neighbor got back from vacation, it was early morning, and he immediately went to their house, woke them, and tried to pick a fight with them. One of the other neighbors is a retired C, and came out to see what was going on, and tried to settle the issue. Crazy neighbor said that he would let it rest if he was allowed to bare butt spank the kid. He flipped out when they told him heck no. Sometime after this, another neighbor was at the grocery store when he was cornered by Crazy Neighbor. Crazy Neighbor apparently just talked at him in rapid fire for a half an hour. Among other things, he started saying how wives shouldn't have friends. After this, everyone started talking about how you don't see his wife anywhere. Occasionally, she will be out watering flowers, but while her husband is seen out, she isn't. Considering that you used to be a social butterfly, this is weird. During the winter, everyone found pamphlets in their mailbox from the landscaper he uses, along with a note saying that it was mandatory to now use this landscaper in our area, and failure to comply will result in being sued. We are private, single-family homes with no HOA, so this is patently untrue. During the winter, someone saw his wife, and her arm was in a sling and she had a black eye. When they went to ask her about it, he wouldn't let her speak and said that she had slid on ice. Since then, there have been a few attempts to talk to her alone, and all have failed. They've gone so far as to get their church involved and to call a welfare check by the cops when he was out of the house. But if she was being assaulted, she has been refusing help. Snow was bad this year, and he blew a fit about the snowplows piling snow on his property. So he scattered screws on the roadway outside before they came by one morning. Then someone in the neighborhood got a puppy. It's quiet and has a fenced-in backyard. Its owners wake up in the middle of the night to the doorbell ringing. When they come out, Crazy Neighbor is standing on the road at the edge of the property. He tells them that the first time the dog gets out, they won't have a dog anymore, and pulls out a gun and waves it around before pointing it towards the backyard and saying bang. Obviously, they go back inside and call the cops. When confronted, Crazy Neighbor claims that he was out for a walk, thought they were awake and stopped by. He says he didn't get the gun out, but it had been on his belt and that he didn't mean his statement as a threat. He got some sort of citation from the police. Come spring, he has taken to sitting outside and writing something every time someone walks or drives by. We don't know what, but I have taken to driving differently home to avoid going by him. Most recently, someone put up a swing in the backyard. They came home from work to find tire tracks through their backyard, and the swing set run over and crushed. No one saw anything, but his massive truck happens to have the same kind of tires as the tread marks left behind. The retired cop has taken to compiling statements from everyone and keeping records, because we think that this is going to end badly. Edit. To anyone wondering, I have 2 more updates in other posts. Check my post history. But for a little bit of a short version, he's since done some nighttime creepy crawling, threatened to shoot children, and he got to do a little jail time. To keep it brief, when I was 17, my family and I lived in a rural town in Australia. We moved into a relatively isolated neighborhood, but about 50 to 100 meters next door lived a single old lady. When moving in, she seemed nice enough and introduced herself, etc. Always seemed a tad nosy and asking a lot of questions, but I put it down as what lonely people do. She seemed sweet, or so I thought. One day, on school holidays, I was home alone and making a sandwich in the kitchen. I look out the window over to her property and through her bedroom window. I thought I saw her figure in the distance, but it was hard to tell. For some creepy reason, I got my binoculars. I was bored, okay? I looked over, focused them, and my heart sank into my chest. Mouth dried and legs shook with shock as I realized that she was staring directly at me. After a few seconds, she made a massive grin on her face. I shut the blinds, told my parents, but they played it off, saying that I must have not looked properly. But that's not even the creepy part. The night before we were set to move, my father was in the Air Force. I finished playing around on my PC before going to bed. I awoke to rustling sounds outside. I got freaked out when I realized that it wasn't merely creaking sounds in the house. With frozen courage, I peeked out the blinds ever so slightly. And bam! I made eye contact with the old lady directly out my window. My body froze and she started quietly laughing, not moving her gaze at all. I shut the blinds, panicked, and shouted for my parents. The three of us searched outside, but nothing. My dad confronted her and she acted like the phony, sweet old lady with dementia again. Thank God we moved the next day. As we packed, something in the back of my mind told me that she was watching from afar. Still sends shivers down my spine. I still have paranoia, trouble sleeping at night, and bad dreams. I try to justify it as mental illness or dementia, but it still scares me even though I'm 22. I just imagine one day the same lady out my window, even though I've moved across the country. I just want to say how much I appreciate this subreddit, being a safe place to share these stories. I've shared a few stories in a previous post, but reading what others have shared has jogged my memory, and also made me realize how messed up some of these situations really were. A year ago, my apartment complex decided that they wanted to renovate my unit, so I had to move out at the end of my lease. I live in Denver, and rent is pretty ridiculous here, so I started worrying about finding something affordable in my neighborhood, which I love. I posted on the Nextdoor app to see if anyone in my neighborhood knew of any affordable rentals in the area. I immediately got a message from someone named Joe, who said that one of the condos in his complex was going to be up for rent soon, and he knew the owner. He offered to get me in touch with the owner. I asked if he could send me pictures of the unit, and he asked if he could text me some pictures of his neighbor took, because the chat function on the app is really slow. I now feel stupid for doing this, but I gave him my phone number. I kid you not, I received a phone call from an unknown number within seconds. I don't normally answer calls from unknown numbers, but I was expecting a call from a number that wasn't saved in my phone, so I answered it. I was completely bewildered when the person said, "Hi, it's Joe. How's your day going?" Huh? It took me by surprise, and I didn't know what to say. He started to shoot the crap on the phone, talking about how he works nights, and how tired he is, and how he takes care of his daughter while his girlfriend works during the day. I finally interrupted and said, "So, about the condo?" He pretty much disregarded that and said, "I don't think my girlfriend would appreciate me talking to you, but I don't have to tell her, right?" I said I have to go and immediately hung up the phone. As soon as I did, he started texting me. It was really bizarre and alarming to me. I blocked his number, and moments later he found me on Facebook and sent me a friend request. I'm 32 years old, but it was so disturbing to me that I called my parents to tell them about it, and how unnerved it made me. And the worst part is that on Nextdoor, even if your exact address isn't listed, your complex is. I was pretty certain that I didn't have my address visible in my profile, but I checked and sure enough, my address and unit number were public. Unable to contact me any other way, he started messaging me again on Nextdoor, asking if I wanted to go on a walk with him. You can't block or report people on the app, so I deleted it. One night, a month or so later, I had a knock at my door at around 10 o'clock on a weeknight. I looked out my peephole, but couldn't get a good enough look at the person. He had his head down slightly. Either way, I don't answer the door for anyone I'm not expecting, especially not a random guy at 10 o'clock at night. Feeling panicked, I called my neighbor across the hall. She's an older woman and we look out for each other since we both live alone. I asked her if it looked like he was a delivery guy at the wrong door. She opened her door to get a good look at the guy, and that spooked him because he literally ran away. I have no idea if this was the next door guy or not, but my gut tells me that it was. This was a big wake-up call. I always felt like I practiced good online safety, but I didn't even know that my address was visible on Nextdoor. I'll never be casual or lazy about privacy settings like that again. For a bit of context, I grew up in the middle of farmland in a large 1800s Victorian home. Given its history, there has always been several shacks and barns that once belonged to the builder of this house. There's a highway that sees maybe 3 cars on it during the night, and directly across from said highway, about 200 feet inward of a cornfield, is a shack that I have always found creepy. As kids, myself and my friends would dare each other to go inside and look, which always ended up with us going as a team. Nothing scary was ever found. Maybe a few broken glasses, metal piles, and miscellaneous items. There was no electricity or any sort of utility that made it homely. Years go by, and the existence of the shack becomes a part of my daily life. However, one particular night as I was watching TV, I noticed a light going off and on outside of my window. After getting startled, I dismissed it as passing cars, simply more frequent than they typically are. An hour passes. It's nearing midnight and the light stays on. This time, I know for sure it's coming from outside. My family was asleep, but being my pansy 16-year-old self, I needed confirmation. Too bad for me, no one wants to go check it out. So I go alone. I grabbed my pocket knife and a flashlight, the best I could think of with my shaken thoughts, and I take off into the night. As I neared the highway, the light turns off, almost making me choke on air. But I had to figure out what the heck was going on. I make it to the entrance of the shack, which has no door, and slowly begin to enter, my flashlight scanning the room for any sign of life. What happened next, I'll never forget. 5 feet away from me, there's an old tattered recliner, facing away, that my father had tossed in there for future disposal. I shine my light on it, because I knew I'd seen it rock ever so slightly. As I did that, a man stands up from the recliner, saying absolutely nothing. All I could tell was that he was middle-aged and wearing a jacket of sorts. Before I could process what was happening, I was already sprinting across the road and praying that he wasn't behind me. It felt like years before I could make it to my door, but as I'm about to make it into safety, I decide to look back. He was standing in the road completely still. No words whatsoever. It's been 7 years since then. The shack still stands. The recliner remains in place. My dad never believed me. I wish someone could share the dread that I had when I realized the recliner was facing a window, which was directed straight at my house. To the guy that was staying in that shack, please, let's not meet again. This happened at my work just a few nights ago, and it definitely felt like a case of being in the right place at the right time. I had just gotten back from my break and was on my way back to my workstation when a middle-aged woman stopped me and asked me for help getting into the store's Wi-Fi. After a few minutes of trying to fiddle with it and troubleshoot, we found that her phone was almost completely without service. She reacted to this with a level of distress that seemed to go above and beyond mere frustration over not being able to use an app. I sensed that something serious was going on, so I asked her, "If you don't mind me asking, what exactly are you trying to do? Maybe I can help you figure out an alternative." She then informed me that she was in an unsafe situation. She mentioned a psycho who had been trying to follow her, and said that she was trying to call a friend of hers for help. Despite the fact that I'm technically only supposed to use it for work-related purposes on the clock, I immediately offered to let her use my phone, and she gratefully accepted. Her friend luckily picked up the call from my phone, and in her conversation with them, I heard her say things like, "I accepted help from someone whose intentions turned out to be no good, and now he's after me. I'm at Walmart. I'm scared he's gonna come into the store and find me. Please come pick me up as soon as possible." After she hung up, I asked her if her friend was on the way and if she was going to be okay. She said yes, so I made my way back to my workstation after wishing her well. Around 10 minutes later, I saw the woman again passing by my work area, this time with a man. I hoped and prayed that the man was her friend and not her harasser. About another 15 minutes later, the two of them came through my line to check out. I looked for an opportunity to pull the woman aside and discreetly ask her who the man with her was. But before I could do so, an old bald man in a grimy corduroy jumpsuit approached both of them and began very insistently trying to get the woman to go to his car. The man, who I now realized was indeed the woman's friend, stood between the woman and the creep and firmly told him that she would not be going anywhere with him. The creep was persistent, and the friend basically had to tell him to screw off before he got the hint and fled. I turned to the woman and spoke up. "I take it that that was the guy who was bothering you." "Man, he even looked like a creep. Are you okay now?" The woman nodded me and thanked me for my help in getting her in touch with her friend. She then turned to her friend and explained, "She's the one who helped me by letting me use her phone." Her friend turned to me with a smile and asked, "That was you, huh? With your out-of-state number? Well, thank you for helping her. She's a dear friend of mine." I smiled back and assured them both that I was happy to help and glad that they were both okay. They finished checking out, and I saw them leave the store without any further troubles. I'm glad that I was able to play a part in ensuring her safety. About a year ago, I, a 15-year-old female, started a new job. This job was involved in the food industry, so part of my job was to take orders, make orders, and bring orders out to the customer's car if needed, as well as cleaning and restocking items. On a late Friday night, it was very busy. I was exhausted. An older man had come into the store. He looked to be at least 60. I asked the man what he would like to order. He tells me what he would like, and I write it down. I tell the man that he can prepay and come back and pick up his food. since it may be a bit due to the previous orders. The man pays in advance and leaves. I continue to catch up on orders until I finish his. I see the man's truck in the driveway. My coworker told me to go run it out to him, so that's what I did. Halfway as I'm crossing the driveway, the man steps out of his truck. "I still have some things that I need to buy," he said to me. "Oh, it's okay, we can get you ringed up," I said back to him. As we both start to walk back inside the building, I feel his hand grip around my waist as he pulls me close and makes me walk with him. He had a pretty tight hold around my arm. "Nice try, little girl," he said as soon as he let go of me as we got too close to the glass door of the building. I know this could have ended up way worse than it actually did, but I still felt pretty disgusted after. Please let me know if I have the right to be bothered by this. Around 2007, I, a female in my late 20s at the time, was walking on Canal Street in New York on a Saturday for some reason. It's very crowded on Saturdays. It wasn't so crowded that you were touching people as you walked, but if you lifted your arm out straight in any direction, you would definitely be touching someone. As I walked, two older Asian women walked in front of me, speaking intensely and quickly in another language, followed closely by a boy, also Asian, who looked about 11. He seemed to be with the women, but they were so engrossed in their conversation that they barely noticed him. He slid directly in front of me, behind and sort of between the two women. The kid was almost running to keep up, and he looked nervous. The weird part was there was a short white man with his hand on the kid's mid-back the whole time. The kid kept looking nervously behind him at the guy, and the guy's eyes were locked onto this kid. I looked at the guy who was beside me on my left, and without thinking I said, "What are you doing?" The second I said this, the guy took off, expressionless but almost running. The kid wedged himself further between the two women, and that was that. I got awful vibes from the guy to the point that I always think about it and wonder what was going on. I got the strong impression that he and the kid didn't know each other at all. My guess is that he was trying to kidnap the kid, but who knows? Hi everyone. I've been thinking about sharing this experience for a while now, but never really knew where to share it or even if it was worth sharing. I think on the surface of it, it's probably not that creepy, but it was the first time in my life where I got that, "Oh, this doesn't feel right" feeling in my gut. I was about 5 years old when this happened, and I'm 31 now, but I remember it as clear as day. For some background, I lived at the time in a small cul-de-sac in England. At the end of our road was a row of shops, and often people would park at the end of the road when there was no parking outside the shops. There was a row of terraced houses with a patch of grass outside, and on this grass there was a small wall that had a sign on it, just saying that it was private parking beyond that point. This day, a friend and I, both 5-year-old girls, were sat on this wall facing the end of the road, just chatting and people watching. While we were sat there, a red car parks at the end of the road on the right-hand side, probably about 10 meters or so away. A man then gets out of the car. He's slightly older than middle-aged from what I can remember. Immediately, and I mean the same second he gets out of the car, before he even takes a single step, he gets out a camera and takes a photo of us sat on the wall. Now this was the late 90s, so this is just a disposable camera. After that, he starts walking across the road, and as he gets halfway across the road he stops, takes another photo of us and then keeps going. As soon as he gets to the pavement on the other side of the road, he again stops, takes another photo, and then he continues walking in the direction of the shops. I remember asking my friend what he was doing. but I can't really remember anything else about what we said. I think we just shrugged it off and kept talking about whatever it was that we were talking about before. A little while goes by and the man returns, and then he does it again. He stops on the pavement right before crossing the road and takes a photo of us. Keeps walking, gets halfway across the road and takes a photo of us. Keeps walking, and then takes a final photo of us right before he gets into his car. At no point during any of this interaction does he say a single word to us. He never asks to take our photo, never says hello, waves, smiles, nothing. Just completely silent and straight-faced and taking photos. At this point, I think we both get this bad feeling. I for sure do, and I run inside to tell our parents. I didn't even know what it was that I was feeling, being so young. I just knew that this didn't feel good and that my gut was screaming at me that I needed to tell someone about this. I half expected my parents to tell us that we were being silly, but they looked shocked and immediately called the police. I remember the police coming and telling us this story, and they looked concerned, which again, I didn't expect. I knew it felt wrong, but I also thought that because he just left and didn't do anything, and it wasn't illegal to take photos, that we would be told off for making a fuss of it. Again, I was only 5, so even though I knew it felt weird, I didn't know why. I remember the police leaving and saying that they would keep us updated, but I don't remember anything happening after that, which isn't that surprising. I'm sure our description of the man wasn't that good, and we didn't know about getting number plates or anything like that. I have thought of this incident on and off throughout my life as a weird thing that happened. Of course, now as an adult, I understand more why it was really weird that this man was taking photos of really young girls then. Still, I try to rationalize it in my brain. Is it really that creepy? Maybe he just thought it was a nice image. 2 girls hanging out in the middle of summer. But even writing that, it feels weird. But of course, nothing ever actually happened to us. I never saw that man again. We weren't kidnapped or worse, so maybe it was innocent. What makes it hard for me to consider it as a slightly weird but innocent encounter is the fact that he never spoke to or even acknowledged us. I think it would be super weird anyway for a random man to ask to take a photo of little girls, but the fact that he didn't say a single thing was weird. Also, I find it so weird that he didn't just take 1 photo, but like 6. Like he was trying to get the perfect shot. It's weird to me that I have no idea what happened to those photos. I'd love your opinion on this. Is it creepy? Or am I just over-exaggerating the situation? Like I said, it ended up perfectly fine. Nobody got hurt. Why do you think this man took the photos? It is the first time I've shared this story outside of family and friends. Can someone please let me know their thoughts on this? So I'm a 31-year-old female, and I've been living at the same apartment complex for nearly 4 years. There's a guy who is about 45 or so who lives on the same floor as me, and has for the past year or so. He is so awful. I usually don't notice or recognize a lot of people who live there, but I quickly started noticing this guy because of how rude he was. Whenever we would happen to go downstairs in the elevator together in the morning before work, he would just mean mug, and then we would walk out of the glass doors into the parking lot. I would be walking behind him, and he'd let the doors close on me and not hold them open. One day, about 6 months ago, my fiancé and I walked up behind him, waiting for the elevator, and when he saw us, he was standing in front of us and just shook his head almost in disgust. Keep in mind, my fiancé nor I have ever had a conversation with this man. Then, where things get really strange, about 6 months ago, I decided to hold the elevator doors open for him when I saw him coming down the hall. He told me thank you, and when we got downstairs for the first time ever, he held the doors open for me. The next time my then fiance, now husband, saw him in the parking lot. Whenever he saw my now husband with me, he mouthed effing B-word to him as he passed us. But to make things worse, whenever I see him alone in the parking lot, he smiles and smirks at me, and smiles as he walks past me, almost like two people who have a history together, or like we know each other personally. It's so weird. But about a month ago, when he saw my husband and I together once again in the mailroom, he covered his face with his mail. Can someone please explain to me what the heck they think is going on with this man? I took a lot of psychology classes in college, and I can't even explain his behavior. I'm getting strange serial killer vibes, to be honest. Like I said, we have never had a conversation with him. My husband and I are both very friendly people, and I think that I feel like we give off those vibes. So strange. Okay. Recently, I was having some trouble with kids knocking on the door and running. I have severe PTSD, so this was causing me some issues at home. So I was in contact with a police officer in the area who my mother knew. We met up at a coffee shop to discuss what I could do to make myself feel safer. This was going fine until my mother brought up an old story about when our house was broken into. My memory of this is waking up on Christmas and only having one thing because everything else was taken. I was too young to really remember it, but I'm 35 and not one person has spoken to me about it since I was a child. So I always thought that my version was correct. Except, it really wasn't. What actually happened was, my mother woke up in the night having heard a noise. She knew that there were burglaries in the area, because my uncle next door had his Christmas present stolen. This is where I must have confused myself. She got up in the dark and went next door to my room to pick me up. I was around 2 years old and was wide awake, just standing up in my cot wide-eyed. My mother flicked on the lights, and I said something about a man. She was freaking out. We were alone in the house, and when she looked down, she saw little patches of burnt carpet and spent matches. They'd come in through the downstairs, lit matches and just dropped them still lit while they were walking around. She could follow the entire trail from the back of the house to my room, back to the present. I am staring at my mother in the coffee shop, coffee halfway to my face, and she's like, "What?" I said, "I don't recall this. I recall something else." Told her quickly, and she was like, "Oh no, that was Uncle. We nearly died in a house fire." And I had an existential crisis right there, because I've been deathly afraid of fires all my life, to the point of night terrors as a little kid, with no explanation. But now, I get it. This happened to me almost 10 years ago. I was 19, I believe, and I'm a female if that matters. I took the city bus with my boyfriend at the time to drop him off at a job at the end of town. I believe it was 6 a.m. We live in a small town, 40,000 citizens, so bus stops and streets are mostly empty at 6 a.m. He walked in his job and I went back to the bus stop, which I'd have to wait for a while. Small town problems. I was glad that there was a bench in the glass room area to wait. At least the cold breeze wouldn't hit my face. There's a man approaching. Not too old, but a few years older than I was. He entered the waiting area. I start to panic because there's only one entry/exit. I was cornered. He comes in and asks to use my phone. I tell him that it doesn't work. I use it as an iPod. He tries to reach for it, explaining that he needs to reach a friend, and I put it away and my main focus is to exit the glass shelter, but he stands in my way. The bus arrived and I was so thankful. I get in and he runs across the street and enters a building under construction. I mean, breaks in by climbing a balcony and entering by a patio sliding door. I guess I'll add another one from this time frame as well. I had just graduated, and back then there was no marketplace on Facebook. We used Kijiji. I wanted to sell my prom dress, but being young and naive, I posted a picture of myself wearing the red tube dress online. I didn't get very many replies, so when someone reached out to me about possibly buying it, I was happy that I'd make extra bucks. He tells me he wants to get it for his girlfriend and wants to come see it. I say sure, here's my address. Mistake number 2. It's winter here, so it's dark early. He comes around 6 p.m. Mistake number 3, I'm home alone. A 5'2", 105-pound alone. And now this stranger is standing inside. He's staring at me, head to toes several times. I take my phone out in my hand to show him that I'm on my phone texting someone. He just stares, but a weird kind of stare, like predatory. He just keeps saying that he's not sure if it would fit his girlfriend because I'm very petite. At this point, I reach for the family dog, a lab, a friendly lab, but she felt protective. He hands me back the dress because he's not buying it. I felt so uneasy because I was pretty certain that he had no girlfriend to begin with. Last 4th of July, my boyfriend and I went to the river with his friend's family. The river was so packed we could barely find a good spot to set up our little grill and chairs. We stayed for a few hours and had a good time. It wasn't until we were ready to leave that one of the creepiest encounters of my life happened. I don't know what else to call it besides a possible kidnapping or trafficking situation. For context, I live in Arizona. My boyfriend, his friend, his friend's dad, and I were outside packing up one of the cars. His friend's niece sat in the car. My boyfriend's mom and his sister had driven separately and sat in their car beside us. 2 men drove up and parked right next to their vehicle. It was already a bit weird that he parked right next to us because there were quite a few available parking spots. The man rolled down his window, and I immediately recognized a man who was smiling the biggest smile at me an hour or so earlier while he was tubing down the river. At first, I didn't think anything of it, but looking back, the smile felt so creepy. The man didn't say anything substantial. He just asked for directions or something and rolled his window back up and stayed parked next to our friend's mom and sister. We finished packing up and were about to head out. Everyone was sitting in the car at this point. Our friend's mom and sister backed up and started to leave, and the 2 men immediately followed after them. This few-minute time span literally has my eyes watering up. I'm so afraid to think what could have potentially happened. When the 2 men drove off, a white van parked further back in the parking lot following right after them. At this point, they still had not left the parking lot. My boyfriend's friend told his dad, "Call mom," and so he did. Everyone was taking the situation seriously. Whether or not it was a dangerous situation is impossible to tell, but I'm glad that we treated it like one. As the friend's dad called his wife, we all stepped out of the car and watched all 3 vehicles from across the lot. I was terrified they would drive off, especially because reception is so shoddy in the area. Thankfully, they picked up the phone right away. We could see them parked at the edge of the parking lot's exit about to drive off. Our friend's dad just told them to come back. His tone was unusually serious, which only made the situation more anxiety-inducing. When they did a U-turn, so did the 2 men's car. But I think when the 2 men saw all of us outside of the car on alert, they decided to leave. Both the 2 men and the white van left at the same time. Apparently, while the mom and sister were parked, The two men tried to speak to them to ask for directions again or something. I don't know exactly what they said either. Part of me doubts anyone would try to pull something on July 4th. Probably one of the busiest days at the river, and one of the days that cops are out the most. But this still is one of the creepiest encounters of my life, and I'm hoping that someone can make more sense of this for me. For context, my teacher was in his late 50s or 60s and was highly respected in the small central California community that I lived in. He was the AP economics teacher at my school. This took place about 15 years ago when I was a senior. I remember several weird experiences with this teacher. One day in class, and I don't know how it was brought up, I'll call him Mr. Smith. But Mr. Smith decided that he was going to give our class a mental exercise. I didn't think anything of it, but then again, I was a pretty innocent and naive teenager at the time. The class went along with it and didn't see an issue with this. I remember him saying that he was also a psychology professor at the local university. So anyways, he told the class to close our eyes and meditate for a few minutes, and begin thinking about immersing ourselves in a body of water. He said it's okay if we envision a river, a creek, an ocean, or whatever, but he stressed that it had to be a water that we were imagining ourselves in. So I began letting the thoughts come, and I imagined myself next to a creek bed, throwing rocks into the river. You can stop now. Open your eyes. The exercise was done. He told us to remember our visions, and he said he was going to ask each of us what we imagined. Mind you, this class was split between girls and boys, so each of us goes around, one by one, and tells the class out loud what we thought about. I remember a boy in my class said that he imagined himself in a rushing waterfall. There were girls that mentioned that they were swimming in a lake, fishing at the pond, and so on. My turn came and I told Mr. Smith in our class that I imagined myself next to a small creek. I specifically remember he has this weird grin the entire time each of us were telling him what was on our minds during this exercise. Mr. Smith finally told us why he had the class do the exercise. He said the exercise was to measure our sexuality and our sexual awakening. He said the people who envisioned themselves in large bodies of water had a high drive, while the students who were in a calmer and smaller environments of water hadn't really tapped into themselves yet. The boy who had the vision of being in a waterfall made a joke, and the whole class laughed. I just remember thinking it was weird. I looked around at the class, and it didn't seem like anyone was uncomfortable. If they were, they didn't voice it or express it. Mr. Creepy also did this thing where he would pick on a student and ask them a very specific question from our economics textbook. If the student didn't give the answer that he liked, he would stare them down for literally what felt like a minute without saying anything. You could feel the tension in the class, and usually the student with the wrong answer would sink down into their seat with humiliation. Anyways, a few months later, I approached Mr. Smith after class and asked him what I could do for extra credit. I only took away a few things from this conversation. I remember him telling me, "You are incredibly smart. I don't think you need extra credit." Okay, but I still wanted the extra credit. So he then says, "I love your shirt. Where did you get it?" I was wearing a shirt with a unicorn and a yellow yield sign. So I told him that I bought it at a thrift store called Red Light located in Seattle, where I'm from. He has this stupid grin again, and I ask, "What is it?" Mr. Smith said, "Red Light is the name of an adult video site. Did you know anything about that?" I immediately left. I later looked up the website, and sure enough, there was the site that he was referring to. Later on in the semester, Mr. Smith stopped coming to class, and we had a substitute for the remainder of the year. I remember other students whispering in class where Mr. Smith had gone, and some students were saying that he got in trouble and was being investigated. want to preface this by saying that I almost completely forgot about this person and all of these events until I read a comment on this sub where someone had a similar encounter as me, and it all came rushing back. Also, this is long, and a lot of it is me giving context, so I'm sorry about that. I'm a 23-year-old female, and I'm from the UK. From the ages of 9 to 11, I was best friends with this girl that we'll call Sarah. She and I formed a little group at primary school with two other girls that we'll call Lauren and Ellen, but we were each other's best friends first, as we lived so close. Sarah lived one street over from me, so I would always sleep over at her house, but she never came over to my house as we were very poor, and I was embarrassed about the state of my house. The sleepovers became a weekly thing, and it was just her and her mom who worked every weekend. So we spent a lot of time in the house alone. It started off odd. She would show me her mom's videos from like the 80s that all included vampires. As a 9-year-old, I had no idea what was going on, and I'd just sit there blankly. She'd always say, "Doesn't it make you want to do it?" and things like that. She would also get out her mom's toys and show them to me and make me hold them, which never really seemed odd to me until I was older. But even at the time, I felt uncomfortable. I was a pretty nervous child, and I struggled to make friends, so I'd often go along with whatever she said, just because I felt lucky to have a friend outside of school. She would often make up scary stories, or do mildly creepy things at night like sing patty cake in a babyish voice close to my ear, while I was sleeping, or pretend her dolls were alive and wanted to punish me for taking her attention away from them, which creeped me out but never outright concerned me. Though my mom was worried that I was having constant nightmares. None of this affected me too much, and so I stayed friends with her. Later that year, I got mauled by a dog. It was a Japanese Akita, and had reconstructive surgery on my face. Due to this, I had to take medication at certain times, and would be escorted to and from the school office every day by my other friend, Lauren. Because of this, we became best friends, and I started sleeping over at hers instead of Sarah's. Sarah didn't like that I was getting a lot of attention due to my fresh scar, or that I had replaced her with another friend, so she said that she was pregnant. At 10. Complete with tears and plans and everything, including Ellen telling her mom at the end. This went on for months, and as kids, we didn't even question the validity of her claim. At some point, she dropped this, and next, she pretended that she had cancer. I called her out on that one, as I knew a lot about cancer because my auntie had it at the time, which she didn't really like. After that, she started calling me names, stealing my school stuff, made up lies about me, etc., making our other two friends pick me or her. It fluctuated a lot, so sometimes they'd be my friends, other times they'd be hers. During the time, I slept over at Lauren's a lot, and a lot of my stuff went missing. A pink flip phone that I had just gotten as my first phone ever. This was like 2010, by the way. And my DS Lite, which was my prized possession. My mom got involved at this point, and demanded that they find it, as she knew I'd taken it to the sleepover. In the end, Lauren supposedly found them both smashed up, on a road far from where either of us lived, and returned them to me completely broken weeks later. Lauren, on both Sarah and I, got invited to the swimming baths for Lauren's birthday, and for once we got along. It was like having my best friend back. Us kids were basically left alone in the pool to mess around for a few hours. An important note here is that I couldn't swim. I still can't. I had chickenpox during school swimming lessons and I'm terrified of water now, so I've not learnt since. Anyway, at one point I was so sick of being stuck in the shallow end like a baby at the age of 11, when all of my friends were swimming in the deep end. Sarah noticed this and came over to me. She offered to piggyback me and swim to the deep end so that I could play with everyone else. I was so happy to be included. I didn't even think about the fact that she didn't regularly like me, or that if she left me I couldn't swim back. I just hopped right on and she swam us out. She started mock tipping sideways like she was going to drop me, and I cried and begged her to take me back. I was terrified of getting water in my face or going underwater. I still can't go underwater to this day. She just laughed at me and dropped me, dunking me under the water and holding my head there, where I struggled and couldn't breathe. I remember struggling and being unable to breathe, but the next thing I knew, a lifeguard had pulled me to the side of the pool, and I was choking on air and shaking. I also have horrible reactions to the smell of chlorine, and it makes me sneeze and my eyes swell. So I had to be picked up, but everyone told me that it was an accident and just kids messing around. She later told me that it was just a joke. I should learn to swim and stop being a baby, which I guess is true. But still, after that day, I didn't want to be around her anymore. Our friends still flip-flopped between us, some days being her friends and other days being mine. But that was fine. I didn't care anymore. I was sick of her. I avoided her like the plague. Primary school was almost over, and I never had to see her again. Eventually, we all went to secondary school, ages 11 to 16, and we all went to the same one, but my school was categorized into classes, the top being the smartest, and I, Lauren, and Ellen were all in the top classes, and Sarah wasn't. It was a nice buffer, and I got my best friends back as well as making more friends for the first time ever. I completely forgot about her in all honesty. Then one day, as I walked home from school, I passed the corner shop on my way home, and she was there blocking the path, waiting for me. Her school tie was tied around her head like a headband and she was crying. I tried to go around her, and she growled at me and launched herself at me. I was like 4'7" and 80 pounds if that, and she was much larger than me, and I'd never been in a fight ever. I had no idea what to do to get her off of me while she clawed at my neck and alternated kneeling on me and elbowing me. I just wanted her off of me. I grabbed the tie wrapped around her head and pulled as hard as I could until she fell to the ground. And with that, she just ran away crying. I remember walking the rest of the way home so confused. What had I even done to her to deserve that? I hadn't even spoken to her in like 8 months at that point, and she and our other friends were in the same tutor group, and they hadn't mentioned anything to me. I eventually forgot about that. I turned 12 a couple of months later, and the day after my birthday I walked into school having spent all of my birthday money on new pens I was excited to show off. I know, I was a weird kid. First lesson of the day begins, and Ellen runs up to me and says, "Sarah's brought a knife to school. She showed me in tutor. She said she brought it for you." I kinda laughed out loud at that, assuming that it was a joke of some kind since any sort of weapon brought to our school was grounds for immediate expulsion, and nobody was stupid enough to try that, especially at 12 years old. I think I even made a joke about it probably being a butter knife. She repeated that she was serious, that she'd told the teachers about it and that they had called the police. Again, I didn't believe her. To me, it seemed crazy that they would call the police over a 12-year-old bringing a knife to school. But they did. The police arrived minutes later and that was that. I never saw the knife, but she was immediately expelled. I don't know for sure why me, or what she had planned to do, but she must have told multiple people that she was going to do something to me, because it was an ongoing joke the rest of the time that I was at school. She ended up going to the school that my little sister had just started at, and she apparently also told my sister that it had been for me, but it was just a joke. Side note, my little sister is a year younger, and she is a fighter. At this age, I've still never been in a real fight, and my sister has always fought anyone who badmouthed me. She's a real one. My sister punched her for that, and that was the last that I heard from her until I was 18 years old. I turned 18 and was at university, and then out of the blue I was tagged in an old primary school photo by Sarah. It had the whole class in it, but she only tagged me. I found this odd, but didn't do anything about it. and it was my old Facebook account anyways, so I ignored it. A couple of months later, it was Sarah's birthday, and she sent me a message asking if I would come to her birthday party. Mind you, I hadn't spoken to her in 6 years, and the last time I had, she'd fought me and then brought in a knife. I simply ignored the message and moved on with my life. Later, I saw that she and Lauren had reconnected and were best friends again, which always concerned me, as Lauren and I stayed friends for years, and she knew everything about how Sarah had treated me. But I've never really put much thought into it other than she's likely they were still friends the whole time, and Lauren had stolen my DS and phone because of Sarah, and they'd broken them together. The last time I saw her, I was 19. I was on a date with my boyfriend walking down the street, and I saw her standing at a bus stop. I wasn't really bothered since I'd neither seen or heard anything from her in years, until our eyes met and she grinned and pulled out her phone and started filming me until I was out of sight. I have no idea why she did any of the things she did, and I mostly feel sorry for her based on the way that her life turned out so far. But still, I hope that I never have to see her again. This is my first post ever, so apologies in advance if it doesn't align with the proper format. I stumbled across this subreddit and just felt like I had to share this story after so many years. Almost everyone has a first memory. Mine was the time that I was almost kidnapped in plain sight from a grocery store around age 4. For background, I am an only child who was raised by 2 working parents. Occasionally, a stay-at-home mom down the street would take care of me when I didn't have preschool. Her oldest daughter was my friend and about the same age as me. Her youngest daughter was 2 years younger than us. We'll call the mom Linda and her daughters Ava, 4, and Carla, 2. All fake names, by the way. This story takes place around 1999 or 2000 in North Carolina. One day, while I was under Linda's care, we all loaded up in their van to take Ava to dance class. After walking into the dance studio and getting her checked in, Linda told Carla and I that we would be able to go to the grocery store. The grocery store was in the same shopping center as the dance studio, literally 2 doors down. Linda put Carla in the child's seat in the shopping cart, while I climbed into the part that normally holds your groceries. Upon entering the grocery store, we were stopped by an elderly couple, one male and one female, that kept saying how cute Carla and I were. At first, Linda just nodded and agreed and began to make friendly conversation. She told them that Carla was her daughter and I was just a friend. After this, things became much more sinister. The old lady suddenly started to try and pull me out of the cart, telling Linda that she already had enough children and they wanted a child so badly. Thankfully, I was big for a 4-year-old and squirmed around in the cart until she let go of my shirt. Linda was stunned and just tried to pull the cart away from them. I just remember Linda rushing away into the grocery store as the old lady kept shouting, "Please, we just want a child." I don't entirely remember what the older man was doing during this interaction, but I remember him being there. I also don't remember Linda ever telling a grocery store staff about what happened. I'm sure that she was in shock. I mentioned this incident to my mom within the last few years. She was never told by Linda that anything happened. Anyway, there is a very small chance that I completely misremembered this event. I'm not naive to the plasticity of human memory. However, the overwhelming emotion associated with this event is fear. Also, no one in my family even knew that this happened. Feedback is appreciated. Do you think that I was almost snatched up? Or did I just have a bad case of early 2000s stranger danger? What is your opinion on this matter? Do you think that it's mental illness or possibly a stalker? We live in an apartment complex in a safe suburb. Our apartment requires a key fob to get into the building, or you must enter a number on a keypad. Only police and mail carriers have the code. My wife went outside at around 10 a.m. to grab a package, and there was a normal-looking, nicely dressed young guy in his 20s out there next to his bicycle. He asked her if she owned this black car, which she said no. He said this was his and it was stolen. He said that's why he was drugged. Someone stole his apartment and his car. He asked her if she lived on the second floor and she said no. He said that he thinks he lived in one of the apartments at the end of the hallway. We do. She quickly left, closed the door, and went into the apartment. She called me, then went into the hallway down to the second floor of the apartment complex to look out the window to see if he was out there, and he came down the hallway and approached her. He said, "Do you know a Johnson?" Which is my last name, and said, "I think that's the guy who stole my apartment." She said she had no idea who that was. He said, "Are you sure you don't know a Johnson?" I saw in the directory, which there is one outside. She said no, and said she had to quickly take a call and run into the apartment and lock the door. She called the police. I got there at the same time as them, but he was gone. The police looked around for him and left. They never followed up. Crazy coincidence that he picked my name out of the directory. Almost too much of a coincidence. My wife works in healthcare and feels like maybe he was going through a psychosis episode. What are your thoughts? We recently moved to this area and don't know anyone other than the people we work with. This happened a couple of months ago. I was at a friend's house one night and didn't realize how late it was, around 2 a.m. I love sleeping in my own bed, so I decided to call an Uber home instead of staying over. My friend lives in a more rural area of town, so it took a while to get an Uber, and it was around a 40-minute drive back to my house. Upon getting into the Uber, the first comment he made was telling me how pretty I was. Immediately, red flags started going off in my head. I'm already a very anxious person, and I've always been afraid of taking Ubers alone, especially at night, so I was already on edge before the comment was made. I just replied thank you, and he started to drive me home. My friend was a boy, and I assumed the Uber saw him standing at the doorway before we left, because around 5 minutes into the drive he asked, "Was that your boyfriend?" At this point, my gut feeling tells me that something is wrong. I reply yes and say nothing further. He then proceeds to go on about how lucky my boyfriend was, and again how pretty I was. At this point, I didn't answer. Around 10 minutes into the drive, the Uber driver tells me that he knows a quicker way to get to my house, and that we're going to take a detour. I immediately start to panic inside because as an anxious Uber rider, I consistently watch the Uber app on the driver's phone and need to be following the map. Also, this detour seemed to be going deeper into the rural roads versus into the city. I then called my dad, but because it was past 3 a.m. at this point, he didn't answer the phone. I then decide to call 911. The operator answers me right away, and I act like I'm on the phone with my dad on the phone. She immediately sensed that I was unable to tell her the exact situation, but I acted like I was telling my dad that I was in an Uber and would be home soon. She then started to ask me questions about the color of the car, by having me simply answer yes or no, the make of the car, my location, etc. She asked if I was in danger and I said I don't know. After telling her my location, she then told me to tell the Uber driver to get on the highway because the detour had taken consisted of more rural roads. Thankfully, we were only around 5 minutes from the highway and then another 10 minutes to the police station. She told me to tell the Uber driver to drop me off at a house in a neighborhood close to the police station. She gave me an exact address and advised that an officer would be waiting there for me to take me home. After politely trying to beg the Uber to change the address, he finally did and continued to go in that direction. I stayed on the phone with the operator until I got to the destination. Sure enough, an officer was waiting a couple of houses down. I got out of the Uber and walked straight towards the car. I'm not sure if I was overreacting about the situation due to my anxiety, especially by calling 911, but the alarms were going off so loud in my head that I genuinely thought that I needed to in that situation. I now only take Uber alone in the daytime and always share my ride with my parents or friends. Please stay safe, everyone. I, a 27-year-old female, work remotely, and I only go into the office once a month and I take the train. In January, when I was going back home from the office, I was walking to the entrance of the train station along with many other people. As I'm generally more alert of my surroundings, I noticed the older man walking in front of me with glasses and holding a suitcase, looking like a working professional as well. As this is a newer station, once you entered it, you have to take the escalator down either 1 or 2 floors depending on where you're going. I made a mistake by taking an escalator that goes straight down to the lowest floor, and should have taken the one that led to 1 floor lower. So I just waited to reach the platform to take another escalator up a floor. While still going down, I turned around out of habit to check my surroundings, and noticed the same older man just 2 steps behind me. Keep in mind, this is a long escalator with no one else on it. Why is he so close to me? And previously he was in front of me when going to the entrance. I was immediately on high alert, and once I reached the bottom, I noticed this platform has literally 0 people. The train must have just left. I fast walked to the escalator to go up, and I saw the man also fast walking behind me. So I just ran up the escalator, and thank God, my train actually arrived when I reached the platform, which had a lot of people. I darted inside and looked back, saw the man also rushing to get in the train, so I immediately walked so fast through the crowded train towards the other end and sat down beside a girl. I figured if the man was looking, he couldn't see me through the crowd. I had to get off the train after 3 stops to change to another train, and the whole way I just kept looking back to make sure the man didn't follow me. I was so terrified. I told my boyfriend, and he was glad that I noticed the man quickly. I told my friends as well, and they empathized, but also pointed out that the man might be lost and just followed me because I seem to know where I'm going. While that is possible, I just don't want to take that chance. One time I was in uni and going down the elevator with an old man to the car park to drive to school at around 7 a.m. And when that man came in, I immediately noticed that he didn't press any floor buttons. When I reached my floor and got out, I was relieved at first because he didn't follow me out. But once I was out of the elevator lobby walking by my car, I looked back and saw the man walking towards me. I was immediately terrified and ran to my car, got in and locked the doors, and he just stood around the lobby entrance, acting like he was just hanging out there. I had many terrifying encounters like this since college, and recently I'm just so profoundly sad and angry that women have to go through this all the time. I came across a new song called 12-Minute Rock by Bo Anderson, and I really just felt like crying at the last part where it's just a lot of girls checking with each other if they've reached home safely, because I do this with my friends. I also had to buy a pocket angel that I keep on my handbag for self-defense, and I hope that I never have to use it. Please, stay safe out there, everyone. My grandpa and his hunting buddy were out moose hunting years ago, when my mom was still a kid. They were about an hour into a hike, looking for a big bull, when they decided to split up to cover more ground. My grandpa, after about 15 to 20 of walking through dense bush, came into a small clearing of trees and a mama grizzly bear and her 2 cubs. Almost instinctively, my grandpa scrambled up the closest tree, just out of the angry mama bear's reach, even kicking at her snout a few times. After circling and scratching at the tree he's in, mama bear ambles off into the brush, her cubs right behind her. When he thinks he's in the clear, he starts climbing down, but a crashing from the same bushes mama bear walked into makes him go straight back up the tree. She must have seen him trying to climb down, because she charged right back at him, now furiously snapping at his feet and shaking the tree. Again, after circling the tree and growling up a storm, she leaves a second time. And again, my grandpa waits, but a little longer this time. He manages to carefully make his way down and sort of speed walks in the direction where he and his buddy parked their truck. Mama Bear had definitely been watching, because as soon as he was almost out of the clearing, she came charging out once more. He quickly shot up another tree, this time a little higher up than his previous safe spot. After a good long while of her snarling, shaking, and scratching the tree, and overall just terrorizing my grandpa, she left. This time a little faster. My grandpa was in that tree for what seemed like an hour, listening carefully for any movement. But after about half an hour, he slowly made his way down the tree, pausing every so often to make sure that Mama Bear wasn't peeking over the brush waiting for him. After making it to the ground and checking to see if the coast was clear, my grandpa made a quick but quiet getaway back to the truck, where his hunting buddy was waiting, equally empty-handed. When questioned why he didn't bring anything back, my grandpa explained that he just had a run-in with the world's most persistent mother bear, and that was explanation enough. This time last year, I was on a night hike with a UV light, looking for scorpions, and was stalked by a mountain lion. There were 3 of us and a little dog. While in the caboose position, I took a glance behind me and saw something jump off the trail and into the scrub/cacti. It was tough to convince everyone else, but finally the middle person saw my headlamp illuminate its back and tail. Now everyone is confident that we're being stalked. We keep close, and I'm walking backwards in the rear as we approach a trailhead parking lot area. Person in front taps the only occupied car's window and requests that the driver reposition and turn on his headlights. He complies, and then we all saw a fully grown panther about 20 foot off the side of the trail. It knew it was spotted and ran. I'm pretty sure that it was going for the little dog, but it's concerning that he stalked us for like a quarter of a mile in the middle of the night. Been doing less scorpion hunts since then, but I still get out plenty. Things are just a little bit more tense and observant now. Hiking early morning in Hawaii, and my stomach notifies me that it's time to go. I find a porta potty near the trailhead and jump and do my business. Once complete, I flipped my headlamp on to find the toilet paper, but instead find a huge 5-inch in diameter banana spider hanging out in the corner of the porta potty. Trying not to spook it, I slowly reach for the 1-ply. As I do, my headlamp shines on this monster, and it proceeds to freak out. It runs in circles for a bit, both of us losing our minds at this point, and ends up between my legs inside of my underwear. I'm at a complete loss for what to do, but eventually begin wiggling back and forth in an attempt to get this spider to remove itself. That didn't work at all. Instead of exiting the premises, this thing runs up my leg. This is the point where I give up and storm out of the porta potty yelling and screaming, pants around my ankles. No clue what to do to that spider, but it disappeared in a flash, just like my dignity. I'm not a hiker, but I trail rode horses for 15 years growing up. I'll keep this relatively short and succinct because I'd rather not relive the whole thing. I was in the Rockies with my dad one summer vacation when I was 14, and a family of 4 was hiking ahead of us on the trail. They had a good head start. Kids petted our horses before they left the trailhead as we were saddling up. Came on 3 of them just before a bend. We stopped and chatted and asked where the 10-year-old boy was. They said that he was around the bend checking something out. I rode a bit ahead around the bend and found a mountain lion on the trail. It was standing above the boy, blood everywhere. My dad charged his horse at the mountain lion, pulled the revolver that he always carried while we were on the trail, and shot in the air. Gutsiest thing I've ever seen. The lion ran pretty fast into the woods. Dad fired 2 after it, after he had passed the boy, then turned around and jumped off to see to the kid. I came up since my saddlebags had the first aid kit that we carried. The kid was still alive, but my dad had his hand over the kid's throat. Blood was everywhere. The father of the family came around the corner to see what the gunshots were about and saw the boy. There was a lot of yelling, but I don't really remember what was said. I was locked up on my horse. I was a Boy Scout and had first aid training, but I was just frozen there. I don't remember thinking much of anything. I was just in shock. I don't really want to type out the rest, but the younger boy didn't make it. The mountain lion was hunted down by park rangers days later. Found out that it was pregnant and starving, which is why it likely was inclined to target a human. I tell this story here as a warning to any hikers, bikers, or whoever goes out into the woods, especially in places with a higher population of predatory animals like the Rockies. Stay together. Stay armed, with gun, mace, both, or whatever. Stay informed of the dangers. Listen to the rangers and their warnings. Prepare. Take precautions. And for God's sake, don't go by yourself. So me and a friend were out late one night, probably around 10 p.m. or so, and we were chasing the sound of coyotes on the back end of my property. We had a suppressed .22, and we were going to see if we could catch one with that and hopefully drive the pack away from my chickens. Well, we found a nesting spot for a group of deer when we were making our way to the back of the property. If you haven't seen this, it's basically just a flat spot and a patch of grass, or sometimes in the woods, and in this case a tall patch of grass. Well, anyway, we're coming up past this spot that we saw a nesting area, and we see this beautiful buck. It's not hunting season, and we're not equipped to deal with it even if it was, in addition to the fact that it was nighttime. So we just take the opportunity to enjoy looking at this beautiful 6 to 8 point buck when he turns and looks at us. Now, we're probably 75 yards away from him looking over tall grass, coming through what is probably his nesting spot, or the nesting spot for some of his doe. Now, it's not like he's going to be protective over the spot or anything. We actually expected him to take off and run as soon as he noticed us, but he hadn't. Instead, this 5.5 foot tall, probably 200-pound specimen of a buck starts stamping in front and back feet alternatively. He's making this crazy wheezing noise like a person breathing through a plastic tube. It's pretty unsettling. I've never seen an animal act this way, let alone a deer. Compound that with the fact that me and my friend are out here in the dark, so we just sit there and watch. I've got the gun ready, but I have no expectation of needing it. I figure this buck is just acting funny. It's really early in the rut. He's probably just got his Jones going a little bit too hard, so it's not that big of a deal. Until the thing starts spinning. Just hold on, full spinning in a circle. And then I swear to God, there's no making this up from the thing starts laughing. Not wheezing, not coughing like a man. He laughs, full on laughing. A clear, chuckling laugh, like a person standing behind the deer and laughing, but it's coming from the deer. Then this thing stands up on 2 feet and bounces through the grass towards the wood lines, and we never see it again, clearing a 4-foot fence in the process. I'm from Florida, and I was volunteering at a local nature conservancy. One of our tasks was to remove fallen logs that were blocking up a creek after a big storm. The creek was about chest deep, 15 feet wide, and opaque brown. Many Florida freshwater bays are brown because of tannins leached into the river from trees. As I'm moving logs, I notice a roughly 12-foot alligator on the embankment that I hadn't noticed before. It then slid into the creek that I was in. I was with a land manager who was moving logs with me, and a herpetologist who was in the canoe. I asked them what to do and they responded, well, those logs ain't gonna move themselves, and that gator's probably just trying to get away from us. Still, spending 30 minutes in a creek that you can't see anything, knowing that there's an alligator lurking near your feet, moving logs which look like alligators, was one of the most nerve-wracking things I've ever done. I've been woken up by a bear sniffing my head once. I was cowboy camping with no tent in Lyell Canyon in Yosemite once, when I hear something sniff right next to my head. My sleep-addled brain thinks it's a ranger on a horse telling me to move my camp. I had hiked about 20 miles that day. You have to be at least 4 miles into the canyon to camp, and I wasn't 100% sure that I'd made it far enough, since it was dark when I set up camp. Anyways, I say just 1 second, set up, grab around for my flashlight, and turn it on to see a black bear a couple of feet away. I holler. He tears off. I get out and empty my bladder, and try to fall back asleep until I hear him coming around again. I make a bunch more noise, decide that I'm not getting any more sleep, break camp, and slowly night hike until the sun rises. At the time of this story, I was working until 1 a.m., so I wouldn't get home until 2 or so. I opened the door to the house and felt what I thought was a breeze come by my leg. I don't really pay attention. Walk over to my desk, put my keys down and turn the light on. Right when I do so, there are 2 possums in the act of mating in the middle of my kitchen. They screamed. I screamed. And we began the 3-hour dance of getting them out of my house. I ended up trapping them in a dog cage and dumping them out in the middle of my backyard. I almost petted a possum on accident. I stepped out onto the back porch one night to get some air. The lights were out, but I saw the distinctive white blob of fur that I assumed was my cat, Frank. I went down to pet him, and he looked up at me. at which point I noticed that his face got a lot longer and his eyes got a lot beadier. Well, it wasn't Frank. I locked eyes with this possum, my hand about 3 inches away from its face. We both froze. Then it took off running into the yard and crashed into the back fence. I was so sure that I was about to lose a finger or two. When I was young, I went fishing with my dad and my best friend. We waded out through some deeper water to reach the shallow sandbar, where we fished for quite a while. The tide came in, and the water that had been just above my ankles was now above my waist. Suddenly, a large shark about 7 to 8 feet long crashed through a school of mullet only a few feet away from me. My dad saw it. My best friend saw it, and for a second we all three just kind of froze with our mouths hanging wide open. Quietly and calmly, my dad told us to walk back to shore, splashing as little as possible. We did, but the tide had come in, and I wasn't as tall as the other two guys. The deeper water between the sandbar and shore reached their chests, but I could hardly keep my head above the water, while my feet barely bounced along the bottom, and I struggled to hold my fishing rod up out of the water. I was completely helpless, while we knew that a hungry shark was swimming somewhere in the area. It felt like a scene out of a nightmare, trying to run from an invisible monster, but my feet could barely touch the ground, and I was hardly moving. I know, and even knew in that moment, that I had little chance of being eaten by a shark, especially one who was focused on fish. Still, if I ever were to be attacked, that was the moment, and I was utterly defenseless. A few years later, a man was killed just a few miles away when he jumped off of his dock and into the path of a large bull shark that was chasing a mullet. I was very drunk at a wedding on a large property in rural New South Wales. I like to wander and explore when I drink. I was alone and suddenly confronted with a wombat. Wombats are massive balls of muscle. Being the drunk idiot I was all like, "Aw, hello me wombat," and began to approach it. The wombat did not like this. It charged me. It was so fast. My heart stopped and I turned and ran as fast as I could. The little bugger nearly caught me. I sprinted back to the wedding in fear for my life. I was stationed in Japan for 3 out of the 6 years that I was in the Navy. During that time, I leased a Japanese house, and the shower was its own room. Fully walk-in with a tub, bench, etc. It was amazing. So as the post says, I stumble into the shower one morning still half asleep, and out of my peripherals, I see a black flash from behind me and hear a thud. I look into the tub and there's a huntsman spider the size of my hand staring back at me. Holy cow. My best guess is it was on the wall behind me and got scared when I walked in. So I go into attack mode immediately. Grab the shower head which was on the hose. Take aim looking to drown this thing in the tub drain. And as soon as I turned the water on, it jumped out of the tub onto the wall and ran into the windowsill. The tactic then became opening the window fast and pinching to death in the sill. As soon as I touched the glass, it jumped out onto the wall again and ran out the shower door. Now I'm cornered in the shower, peering out into the powder room to see the huntsman on the cabinet door waiting for me. I sneak to the front door of the house and grab a flip-flop, come back to the powder room and wing the flip-flop at the spider. Hit it, wound several of the legs, but do not kill it. It runs out of the bathroom and underneath the stairs, much slower than it was moving prior. Feeling confident that spider is cornered under the stairs, I grab a can of bug spray and move in to finish it. Looking closely under the stairs, it was a hollow staircase where you could see through the gaps between the steps. I see a black tail curdled over the back lip of one of the stairs, and assume that it's the spider hiding on the back of the step. I hit it with the spray. Enter Mukade Centipede. It dropped off the back of the stair and started charging at me. I immediately peed a little. The front half of its body was up off the floor, and its mouth was visibly biting. It backed me up all the way to the front door as I emptied the entire can of bug spray on it. By the time we got to the door, it was obviously overcome by the chemicals and just writhing around. So I grabbed the other flip-flop and smashed it. It didn't work. I hit it a few times and it would not die. So I turned the flip-flop on his edge and used it like a saw to cut the thing in half. Then I remembered the spider. It was still under the stairs. So I blew under there and it ran out wounded, and I smashed it with the flip-flop saw. Then I screamed at the top of my lungs for 30 seconds. The whole battle took probably 3 minutes, but it felt like a lifetime. I think being naked caused an adrenaline rush 1,000 times greater than if I were fully clothed. When I got to work, I was frazzled enough for my coworkers to notice. Can't tell if it was the worst morning of my life or my biggest triumph, but man won that day. I was cycling up a mountain in the Scottish Highlands. My gran lives there. And as I went around a corner, I came face to face with a huge Highland cow, which was running down the mountain the opposite way. Instead of jumping off the path, I thought the cow would be friendly and edge over to let me by. Big mistake. It threw its head as I went by, almost impaling me and throwing me off the path into a 20-foot tumble down the mountain. I outran a swarm of bees. I was young and in Straya, and we lived on the front of a farm. I went exploring a lot. It was really cool. I found a bee's nest in a huge fallen tree. I had watched a lot of cartoons and wanted to know if the bees would come out in an arrow and get me if I whacked it with a stick. So I did. They did not. I was disappointed and climbed around the fallen tree. The bees do attack, just not immediately, and not in an arrow, in a cloud. Suddenly, they were all around me. I sprinted home, about 2 kilometers, and if I slowed down, the bees caught up. I ran into our yard and shut the gate thinking I was safe. I obviously wasn't and got stung a few times. I deserved it though. Please, don't go beating up animal homes. I was solo hiking in the Porcupine Mountains in the Upper Peninsula of Michigan last autumn. Although I was by myself, there were plenty of other backpackers up there those couple of days. I ran across a bear print in the trail one morning. A few hours later, I rounded a corner of the trail, and about 70 foot up ahead, I saw the hindquarters of an animal with dark brown fur about 2 feet high. I got a surge of adrenaline, and everything started going in slow motion. I started to panic. And just as the poop was about to leave me, the animal lifted its head and it ended up being a black Labrador retriever. Right as I catch my breath, the dog's owner came rounding the corner from the opposite direction and sees me clutching my chest. I'm Australian, so I'm taking my life in my own hands by even walking out the door on most days. However, between the tiger snake that sat up and flared its head like a cobra and then spat at my face when I was 12, and the angry koala that made me climb the bonnet of my car when I was 32, the koala is the most scary. Scene: late night, back dirt road, with a steep drop on one side, mountain wall on the other. Big fat koala in the middle of the road, scratching its butt with one death claw, while the other shoved leaves into its mouth and glared at me with its beady eyes as it willfully ignored my horn. I was tired and grumpy, so I got out and started yelling at it and flapping my arms. Big mistake. The thing growled and lunged towards me. Now, koala arms are bigger than you realize, and they are tipped with death claws that can plunge into hard wood. So I ran back to my car, but wasn't going to make the door. Instead, I lunged at the bull bar and climbed onto the bonnet. Death Claws McGee followed, swinging up like a monkey, still growling like the spawn of Satan's most STD-ridden teddy. I scrambled backwards and up the windscreen, drawing my legs back just in time to see the claws scratching down my windshield. Luckily, they couldn't grip. Scream growling in frustration, the fat, fluffy terror sat on my bonnet and hooked both windshield wipers back and out while it grumbled and grunted not 4 feet below me. Needless to say, I escaped. A passing milk tanker stopped, and the guy used a prod to get the evil, scratchy creature off my car and march it back into the bush and whatever hellish portal it escaped from. The trucker then proceeds to double over in laughter as he helps me down and surveys the damage. So many scratches on the bonnet and glass. The trucker tells everyone that day and the next about saving me from the rabid beast. I am now both mocked and revered. I was tree planting in northern British Columbia. I was working on the same piece as another planter for about an hour. Then I heard a soft thumping sound. I looked up and saw an adult grizzly bear running towards the other planter, whose back was to the bear. I started running towards it, waving my arms and yelling. The bear stopped, turned towards me and stood on its hind legs. I stopped moving and was about 20 to 30 feet away from it. The bear stared at me for about 5 seconds. It felt like an eternity. Dropped back down, turned around and bolted back into the tree line. Saw 2 cubs with it that we weren't anywhere close to, so we figured that it was a mother teaching its cubs how to hunt. I had to sit down for a while after that, because my legs were shaking so bad. This isn't from me, but from my mate. Once on a school camp for 21 days in Alpine, Australia, we were forced to sleep alone for 48 hours. So at around 2 a.m. on the second night, I heard a shout from where he was sleeping. He told me the next morning that a kangaroo stole his hiking pack, and that in a panic he threw a water jug at it. Lo and behold, the kangaroo regrouped after a short time and surrounded him in a circle. All he remembered were like 5 pairs of eyes staring back at him in the night. I have yet to ask him how he managed to fend them off. But yeah, That's Australia for you. I have a few good animal stories, but the scariest was getting charged by an angry bull shark. I was down in Florida with my family, and my dad, brother who was 11, and sister who was 6 were all decently far out hanging out when we spotted the shark. It was probably between 4 to 4.5 feet long. My dad and I went shoulder to shoulder with my siblings behind us and started quickly but calmly heading in. This thing must have charged us nearly half a dozen times, at or near full speed, and only broke off when it got within 10 to 15 feet. I don't know if you've ever seen a shark hunt at full speed, but they're significantly faster than I could ever sprint on land. The feeling was like we were in its world, and if it wants one of us, it's probably going to take one. So we finally get in, and the shark heads down the beach. I look down, and there's another family with a small girl in a life jacket out in the water. So I run down and yell to them, but they aren't listening. I figured that I'm bigger than it, and if it were going to attack me, it would've. So I start swimming out to them. I popped up about 15 feet from the girl with the dad on her other side, and the shark was right in between us. Without thinking about it, I jumped forward and slapped the water, and I think I spooked it. I jumped forward and grabbed the girl, which the dad who hadn't seen the shark didn't appreciate. I pointed it out and gave him back his daughter, and we got back in. He was incredibly thankful once he understood the situation. But yeah, sharks have barely changed in hundreds of millions of years. And that day, I truly appreciated exactly why. Like I said, if it had wanted to take me, I don't realistically think that the 4 of us could have actually stopped it. I was hunted by a big cat while camping. It started early in the day when my friend's dog started barking at the bushes near our campsite. We wrote it off as the paranoid little crap just being his paranoid little self. Let me tell you though, there were times that day that I could just feel something's eyes on me. At dusk, we came across some little animal bones, mostly small things like birds, but tried to write it off as being leftovers from a hawk's meals. I really wish we'd have taken it as a sign and just up and left right there. That night, we could hear something in the bushes. The dog went on full alert, and not in a don't mess with me kind of confident way, but like a, oh crap, we should really leave right now kind of way. All that my friend and I had between us and whatever was in those bushes was a thin tent, and at that point, it became very hard to accept the circumstances. You try to make a tent a fortress made of stone in your mind, because the reality of it becomes too much to bear. Eventually, we did come to terms with reality, and agreed that whatever was making that noise, we needed to do something about the situation, because a tent might not be enough to protect us. So my friend peeks out with a flashlight, and there they are, big eyes in the bushes glowing right back at us. I don't know if any of you had the experience of your blood running cold, but for an instant, I was so cold that it hurt. I don't know how long we stared into the bush, back at the eyes, but it got primal. There was no cognitive thought going on beside my base instinct to just stay dead still. My friend's dog eventually got up the courage to peer out with us, and yipped when it saw the eyes. And then boom, out it came, charging at our tent. It was the biggest tabby cat I ever saw, as big as a Maine Coon. I dang near peed myself as it scampered right past our tent. I never camped out in my friend's backyard again. at a lodging in Victoria Falls, Zimbabwe, a group of baboons walking across the garden, and I took some photos with my camera at the time with the flash on. It must have made the alpha baboon angry who was in charge of them, because he came storming after us and we all ran in the little house, and he was banging on the window trying to break in, it seemed. He had some scary big teeth. I was only around 12 years old at the time. My uncle was from Zimbabwe, so he had a bit of experience with them. When he noticed what was happening, he ran out and chased them away. I'm a geologist, and sometimes need to camp as part of my job. A couple of years ago, I had one such job. I spent 2 months north of Sault Ste. Marie, Ontario, camping out of a tent with the other geologists that I work with. We were doing a pretty serious prospecting job. We were camping right next to a small lake, which we swam in to wash ourselves, wash our clothes, etc. Most nights we would hear wolves and foxes howling and screaming. We got used to that. Most nights we'd hear beavers slapping the water with their tails, or moose swimming in the lake, or walking through the brush. Almost every single morning we'd come out of our tent and see bear prints through the camp, coming right up to our tent and walking around. We were pretty good about keeping things clean. We'd store our food in airtight containers inside our truck, burn any garbage, do our business away from camp, etc. We had a small generator so we could charge our equipment like GPS, cameras, and laptops for movies, etc. It turns out black bears really like the smell of gasoline. We had a bunch of jerry cans that the bears kept trying to chew. A few had puncture holes in the handles. Our second to last night in camp, we had left our generator running, forgot to turn it off, and we were just going to let it out of fuel. I was sleeping in my cot in the tent, and something pushed against the back from outside of the tent. I was at the stage where you aren't sure if you're dreaming or not, and I wasn't able to move, so I just sat there and whatever animal kept pushing against the tent. I could hear it sniffing and grunting, and I eventually moved and asked my buddy if he could hear it too. He was also awake and said that it had been there for a while. I was getting tired of it, so I made some loud noises and it eventually ran off. A little while later, we hear something walking around the tent again, this time going towards the generator. All of a sudden, the generator starts surging, as if it were running out of fuel. Then we hear a really loud noise, a squeal, and then it was as something was crashing through the bush running away from the tent. We take out our lights and check to see what had happened. Around our tent were more bear prints than I'd ever seen in one place. The extension cord coming from the generator had been chewed to heck, and the gas cap on the generator was all mangled. The bear was going after the fuel in the generator. It was one of the most uncomfortable and creepiest nights of my life. The amount of tracks around the tent was wild. There was definitely more than just one bear. It was a good thing that we were leaving the day after, since the bears were getting way too comfortable having us around. I've had a few scary animal encounters, but the only one with lasting effects is from the time that I had a run-in with a whale. I was 10 or 11 at the time and was on a school trip to the ocean. It was nice out, and if you bring a pack of children to water on a nice day, they will all go swimming. Being a fearless little crap and a strong swimmer, I went out pretty far into the water. Around this time, I'd begun having sight problems, so I needed glasses to see far away. I had taken them off so I could swim. I'm treading water, and turn to look back to shore and see my classmates waving their arms around. I squint to see what the heck they're on about, and they're frantically waving and pointing my direction. Not putting two and two together, I wave back. Right about that time, a gray whale surfaces right next to me with a full blast exhale and gives me a curious once-over before diving back down. That was the calf. The mom was behind/beneath me. I obviously wasn't a threat, but I got a boop out of her just to make sure. I'm pretty sure that I set some speed record getting back to shore. I haven't swam in the ocean since, and have developed a crippling fear of deep water. When I was 12 or 13, my next door neighbors had this massive pit bull that was always kept chained up in their backyard. Now, when I say this thing was chained up, I don't mean with a standard dog leash type chain. I'm talking heavy-duty towing chain. They got it from a military family member who was being stationed overseas and couldn't keep it. This thing barked and growled constantly, and sounded like it wanted to kill anything that wasn't its own people. I saw it get away one time to chase some kid on a bike by jumping a 5-foot fence. Luckily, the kid had a big enough lead and the owners were out when it happened, and were able to get him back. I used to ride my motorcycle in the alley behind our houses pretty frequently, and had gotten used to the dog barking at me when I did it. I had ridden down to the end, about 6 or 7 houses down, and turned around when I see this dog bolting towards me, dragging about 5 feet of chain behind it. It had pulled apart that heavy-duty chain. I didn't know what to do, so I gunned it straight at the dog. That thing jumped up and hit me square on the chest, taking me off of the motorcycle. We rolled for a second. Then the dog jumped right onto my chest again while I was on the ground. It then attempted to lick me to death. After all the barking, growling, and warnings from the neighbors about how vicious he was, it turns out that he just wanted to play. I told the neighbors what happened, and they couldn't believe it. They thought that this vicious dog would be stuck in their backyard forever. After that, they took him out to socialize him more, and he calmed down, almost completely stopped barking, and would get excited whenever someone came to see him. My dad was a fish farmer in rural Tanzania, Africa. In his first month, he went hiking with some locals to get used to the area and the terrain. He was walking slightly ahead of the group and turned a corner and looked a leopard right in its face. He just stood there for a moment, not breaking eye contact with the huge cat in a fascinated trance. Eventually, the leopard turned and walked away. He then looked down to the other 2 locals he was hiking with and said in Swahili, "Leopard," and pointed around the corner where he'd just been. The 2 locals looked at each other for a second and ran down the mountain as fast as they could. Trekking through the Bolivian Amazon, everyone had told us to expect to not see a single animal, as most are so shy that they stay well away from humans. A lovely day walking, and totally satisfied by seeing some cool frogs, monkeys, bugs, etc. Our amazing guide, Ivan, an indigenous local who was so incredibly knowledgeable, suddenly halts and mimes for us to get down and be totally still, as close to a tree as we can. We hear this otherworldly clicking sound all around us, like a hollow wood block being rhythmically knocked, and suddenly 60 or so pecaries, Amazonian wild pigs, come charging through the forest on all sides. This may not sound too scary, but these pigs were ferocious, and only the night before we heard all about the guy from their village who was out on a pig hunt. They have a free pass to hunt them as they are a staple food. When the herd turned on the hunting party to defend themselves, they all climbed trees to escape, except the unlucky man who couldn't find one and got eaten alive by angry pigs. Needless to say, I totally crapped myself. That does not sound like a good way to die. We also had to wait for 20 minutes after they'd left us, as they release a hormone from an anal gland. It smelled like rancid pate, that when inhaled causes you to become confused. This clever defense mechanism is to stop pursuers. That may be why there is a legend that if you hunt pecaris after dark, they become spirits and disappear. I almost had a mountain lion take off my face. We were sitting in a parked car in the mountains, waiting for my grandparents to finish chatting to their friend. I rolled down the window for a bit for some airflow and turned to chat to my sister. I heard a big thunk and looked over, but my sister grabbed me and pulled me to her side of the vehicle. I just saw a massive paw with its claws out, swiping around where I was sitting. We screamed. My grandparents' friends pull out a BB gun and shot at the mountain lion. It took off running. My grandparents were completely unfazed. They said, "Yeah, these things happen. Luckily, you were in the car." Me and my girlfriend were in Kenya on a safari holiday, staying in a lakeside house, Joy Adamson's house, author famous for the book Born Free, where they adopt a lion cub, and we decided to go check out the lakeshore one evening. There was the ricketiest jetty in all of Africa, and I decided to walk out on it. I see some ripples moving across in front, and then they swept back towards the shore. A hippo and her calf come out of the water, all of a sudden moving towards the end of the jetty, where I need to get to safety. I decide to run for it before they block me in, past the two of them, shoving my girlfriend up the steps as they roar and give chase. Two guys fishing started chucking rocks at them to scare them off, but it only pushed them further up the steps towards us. Running into the house and shutting a glass door didn't give us much feeling of security, but sure enough, they turned and headed into the shrub. Got woken up later that night to an almighty grass-ripping sound. The same couple of hippos on the lawn, eating loud enough to wake us right outside our window. All part of the fun of the safari. Growing up on the Gulf Coast of Florida, I spent a lot of time fishing. By the time I was in high school, I was really into spearfishing and generally used a Hawaiian sling. It felt pretty awesome to have nothing but flippers, a bathing suit, a mask and a snorkel, and my spear out in the water. One day, after a pretty good haul with 4 to 5 fish hanging off of my rope, I see something pretty long in my peripheral. Thinking it might be a curious, read stupid, tarpon, I got excited. Turning around and aiming my spear, I see a good 5-foot-long barracuda staring right at me, maybe 10 feet away. For those of you who don't know, they swim very slowly and ominously, seeming to just float along with their big nasty teeth showing, but then attack lightning quick, not giving you any time to react. I've been in the water with sharks tons of times, and you learn pretty quick to respect but not really fear them. But these things are swimming evil torpedoes. Needless to say, I took the half-dead fish off my rope and pushed them in his direction and proceeded to get the ever-loving heck out of there. Last year, my brother and I drove to Alaska from New Jersey. A couple of weeks in, we stopped in Montana. Due to all the snow, lots of the trails we wanted to walk were closed. We'd been camping out of the Volvo to save money on rooms during the trip, and had found a place outside of a trailhead. It was closed, but we found on Google Maps that there was this lake a few miles up that we could go see. We had nothing else to do that day, so we started our trek. It was cold, and a lot further to the lake than my brother had originally thought. 5 miles into our walk, he had to bribe me with a blunt to make it to the lake. I was over it at that point, but little did I know things were about to get much worse. We made it to the lake, and we were both unimpressed and sort of bummed that we'd walk all that way for nothing. So we turned and began back down the mountain road. You could see miles ahead of yourselves on those roads. We made turns around a corner after a long stretch, and I felt my brother's hand on my chest, stopping me in my tracks. His eyes were fixed on something in the distance. I looked at what seemed like 2 deer. They were far away, so we stood and waited. No, much too big to be deer. Maybe a couple of moose? Terror washed over the both of us as one of the shapes stood up on its hind legs, confirming that we were thinking about but didn't want to say. That was a bear and her cub. I look at my brother, who'd been telling me about how bears can run up to 30 miles per hour earlier in the day, unsure about what to do. They were far away. We started to walk backwards to the corner that we'd just come around. Once we were completely around, we ran as fast as we could. Probably another half mile before we slowed, and then we found a bathroom area off to the side that was unlocked. We figured we'd wait there to see if the bears kept coming. If that happened, we'd have to hole up in the bathroom for God knows how long. Already exhausted from the previous miles walked, the running didn't help, and we still had miles to walk back. While we didn't see those bears again, I was pretty shaken up about it walking back to the car, in all honesty. First thing I did when I got to Alaska was buy a can of bear spray. My buddy and I were hiking through the brush in Algonquin Park one early autumn afternoon. We were maybe 5 kilometers from camp when we came upon a moose lunching in a bog about 50 to 70 meters away. The little bit of trail, moose or deer, not a ranger marker trail, we'd followed ended here. There was the narrow path we'd come along, thick tangled brush to one side, bog to the other, and a hill with a sheer face jutting up in front of us. And the time it's taken to look around the moose had silently halved the distance between us. So we opted for the hill. Climbing it was like a cartoon, all crumbly, muddy surfaces, with roots sticking out here and there to grab onto. My buddy is up ahead of me, and just destroying everything he touches, showering me with dirt. I'm about 3.5 meters up. The moose is directly below me, and I'm holding on to a small group of springy roots. Panicked a little, then scrambled up the last couple of meters. We're all excited, like, haha, screw you, moose. And then we hear snapping twigs. The moose just walked through the tangle, as only a moose can do, and had started up the hill from the easy slope side. Crap. We booked it for a long while. Just as we thought we were safe again, we came across fresh bear dung. Like, still steaming fresh. We decided to take a dry riverbed as far as possible at that point, to be as noisy as possible. We made it back to camp after a long, circuitous route, right at sunset. Started dinner and laughing about the day, when the stupid moose appears at the edge of the lake, maybe 200 to 300 meters away. It started screaming the craziest noise ever and mashing its hooves on the rocky shore. It was insane. Then it just vanished. We were scared to go to sleep that night, in case he wasn't alone with us, but eventually I zonked out. That's when I realized my buddy talks in his sleep. I woke up to him freaking out due to a dream about wolves. This happened some months ago, precisely on the 5th of November. I live in northern Italy, so that was the evening in which the red aurora borealis appeared visible for us. I was chilling at home after a long day when one of my friends calls me and asks me if I wanted to try to go see the aurora with him. I said sure, because I'm always up for an adventure. And from where I live in the top mountain is circa 1 hour in the car. At 21:30-ish, he comes and gets me and up we go. We even see a cute chunky fox while ascending. We arrive at the top of the mountain. There's a big parking lot there, and we get out of the car. Pretty freezing winds and howling winds. We encountered only one car on the road, and one is parked at a distance from us, apparently empty or just dark. We take some pictures. Can't really see the aurora, but some reddish specks of light here and there. Still magical. We can, however, see a beautiful Milky Way. So despite the cold, we just stand there in admiration of the universe above us, chatting lightly. After 40 minutes to an hour, I start to feel uneasy. Not really with a reason. Then my friend goes to use the restroom. He only goes a short distance and remains in sight, and I concentrate on the surroundings, as I'm used to giving credit to my internal voice. So I suddenly start picking up on something. I hear footsteps. Every time the wind goes down, they go silent, but a bit delayed. I can clearly distinguish them as the iced snow crunched under the weight. When the wind picks up in strength, I tell my friend when he comes back. We listen, and he confirms it as they're getting progressively closer. We made eye contact, decided we saw enough of the stars and didn't want to stay around to find out, and calmly walked back to the car, locked the doors, and booked it swiftly out of there. We kept check the next day about robberies or anything else, but we didn't hear anything. I'm still amazed and spooked in how sudden. I wanted to write about what happened to me and my partner in September of 2023. We were hanging out with our two new friends, a husband and wife. Let's say their names are John and Mary. They decided to camp at Todd Lake Recreation Center, which is in George Washington National Forest, and invited us to spend time at their campsite, have a few beers, relax by the campfire, etc. My partner and I decided that we weren't up for overnight camping, but were down to hang out for a bit. The recreation center was only 45 minutes from home, so we thought we could drive if we didn't have but a few drinks, ate food, and chilled for a couple of hours. So we get there at around 4:30 p.m. and have camp snacks, sandwiches, chips, nothing special, and some alcoholic seltzers. We wander down to the lake and let their dog swim, and then we decide to head back to the campsite and start a fire. I knew we weren't staying the night, so I kept track of how many drinks I had and the food I ate to ensure that I was suitable for the drive later. In total, I had 5 seltzers the entire night, over hours. Not to sound like an alcoholic or anything, but 5 seltzers do not explain what happened to us that night. I can handle my alcohol, and I'm responsible while drinking by pacing myself, eating food and drinking water in between each beverage. So we're hanging by the fire with John and Mary, and next thing you know, John says, "Hey, do you guys want to walk down to the lake?" And we respond, "Yeah, sure, let's do it." The camp has a short walking path to the lake, probably half a mile away. It should only take minutes to get there. Now this is when it gets weird. I look at my cell phone and see that it's 8:30 p.m. and decide to put my phone in the car before we walk down to the lake, because I don't want to lose it. The next thing I knew, I woke up in the woods, passed out on the ground on a trail with my partner in the middle of George Washington National Forest, an hour away from their campsite, and John and Mary were nowhere to be found. My partner was on his back with his head turned to the side, and I was lying halfway on the moss and the other half on him, with my head turned to the side, almost as if we were placed perfectly. We were lost and both felt extremely confused and sick. We both started throwing up and had to take breaks walking out to try and find John and Mary's campsite. It took us an hour to get back, and it appeared we had hiked an hour outside of the recreation center. We both had zero recollection of how we got there, why we were both passed out in the middle of the woods at night, and why the heck 5 seltzers with food over a multiple hour span made either one of us be so sick and lose memory at the same time. My partner was completely disoriented and started screaming for help. I was begging him to be quiet because I felt so sick and had no idea where we were. I needed a moment to collect myself and get my bearings to try and hike out of our current situation. Something to know about us is that we are both avid hikers and backpackers and very comfortable outdoors in nature, even alone. However, at that moment, I was so thankful that I didn't wake up in the woods at night on a trail alone. Thankfully, he was with me. The entire time, we both felt like we were being watched as we tried to find our way back. It was unsettling. I was telling my partner when we were trying to find our way back to the campsite that something felt very wrong, and when we got back, we needed to get in the car and leave. I felt it in my bones, but I couldn't pinpoint exactly what happened. We were both utterly shocked that we somehow both conveniently blacked out simultaneously. I know what you're thinking. We were drugged, right? We felt that too. But why would John and Mary, our supposed friends, drug us? And why would they drug us and carry us deep into the forest? It didn't add up. We finally made it back to the campsite, and I first opened my car and grabbed my phone to see what time it was. It was 2:30 a.m. My heart sank. How did this happen? How did it go from 8:30 p.m. when we were walking down to the lake, which was half a mile or less from their campsite, to 2:30 in the morning? Neither of us liked not knowing what happened to us in that lost time. So before we decided to leave, my partner knocked on their tent and said, "Hey John, we're leaving. What happened, man? We need to get out of here. Something's off." John then replies, "Where is Mary?" And my partner and I both looked at each other concerned and say to John, "What do you mean? She's not in the tent with you?" And John replies, "No, I thought she was with you two." That's when we all decided to search for Mary. John said the last thing he remembered was we were hanging out by the fire and asked if we wanted to go down to the lake. And then, hours later, he woke up underneath the picnic table at the campsite, not remembering how he got there. However, something seemed fishy, and he was far too relaxed. We found Mary down the trail to the lake, slumped over, asleep in the woods near the campsite. Neither remembered what happened and why we all ended up in these places. No one can remember what happened for those few hours. It was misty, dark, and foggy on the mountain, and I was shivering, with my teeth chattering, feeling sick and just ready to go home. We got in the car and returned to our house, but it took a while to settle enough to sleep. When we spoke to John the next morning, they laughed it off and said, maybe we just shouldn't drink so much next time we hang out. I remember all of us hanging by the fire, and then mentioning us going down to the lake, but I stayed back to deal with the dog and you three went down there. John changed his story from what he had said the night before. Something didn't set right with me. The Todd Lake Recreation Center was almost empty. We only saw one other family camping that night, and they weren't anywhere near our campsite, which was also odd. My partner and I don't feel like we drank enough to the point that it would cause us to black out, especially at the same time. So what did happen? We were so sore and a little cut up, but our only thoughts were this must have been something paranormal, or they did drug us. I started to get flashbacks of memory, and all I remember was John's face on the beach, then black. Did aliens abduct us? Was it something from Appalachian folklore like Mothman or some other bizarre creature? Did we all drink too much? Did we get drugged? My partner lost his phone that night, so I called the ranger the following Monday, and they said they found it in the woods busted up between campsites 5 and 6. But John and Mary were camping at campsite 1. The ranger mailed it back to us because I didn't want to drive back there and had a horrible pit in my stomach. The phone never cut back on, even though the front of the screen was perfectly intact. It was only the back of the phone that had been busted. A part of me doesn't want to know what's on that iPhone. The next day, my partner was violently ill, and I was shivering with teeth chattering and chill bumps all day. We honestly probably should have gone to the hospital. In my 30 years, I've never experienced anything like this. And to this day, we are skeptical about meeting new friends or having new people into our lives. Either way, we are both so grateful that we made it home safely that night, and we have each other. What do you all think? My partner doesn't have social media, but I blocked John and Mary on mine, and we haven't seen them since. We moved to another state in 2024, not because of this reason, but I've dealt with a lot of PTSD and night terrors since this occurred. I now worry if it was John or both of them. Are they doing this to other people? Thank you for reading. So, this isn't something I witnessed. I was told this story by one of the men who allegedly saw it. For context, this guy had run with some questionable crowds and did what jobs he had to make money at times, if you get my drift. So, he has a lot of stories. I mostly consider this a tall tale, but there is still enough of it that makes me wonder what if. According to him, we'll call him Zed for the sake of the story. He had been finishing up some work down in Louisiana back in the late 1990s with his buddy and had a few days to kill, namely to get some fishing and hunting in, albeit out of season. One of the guys they had worked with gave them directions to a spot way back in the swamps and marshes, or the bayou as it's more commonly called, that they could do that without risking being caught by fish and game agents. He said one of the best things about this spot was there were, oddly enough, never any alligators there. Bit of a red flag, that one. Anyways, one fine morning they set out in their boat before the sun was up, navigating their way through the swamps. From what he described, this was a section that was close to the Mississippi border, routes used by smugglers to move various products across state lines. They finally arrived at the spot after a few hours and some detours, their way of not saying they got lost. Turned off the motor on their boat and started fishing. The trees were just thick enough to prevent you from being seen from overhead, and they were essentially in a huge inlet that was somewhat sheltered from the rest of the bayou and had the start of solid land along two sides of it. By solid land, that also meant you had to walk across 10 to 15 feet of muck that could suck your boots off before you got to solid ground. So according to Zed, the day was progressing, and fishing wasn't going great. But they still had beer, so they weren't inclined to go anywhere. They both noted that, as the guy had said, there were no alligators. Normally, you could spot them lurking around or sunning themselves, but they were just utterly gone from the spot, as were most of the big fish, it seemed. It was at this point they observed a herd of feral hogs emerge from the undergrowth on one side of the lagoon and make their way to the muck that was described before and commence to start rolling and rooting in it to their heart's content. Zed and his buddy slowly angled their boat closer, as they had sidearms with them, and certainly had no issues with getting wild pork instead of fish if the opportunity was there. The hogs were leery but not afraid, keeping the humans in their line of sight as they frolicked. Zed saw they had no real way to get to a hog if they shot it there, so they just floated along and watched for a good opportunity. But instead, they saw something else entirely. According to Zed, that's when they saw the mud start to move. He knew instantly it wasn't an alligator, as an alligator would be flailing around in the mud trying to reach the hogs, and whatever this thing was, it was covered in mud. The only way he could describe it was something was pushing its way through the muck like a mostly submerged bulldozer, creeping up on the pigs. They watched as it slowly approached a cluster of hogs who had noticed the movement but seemed more curious about what it was than afraid. One of them, a pig that Zed estimated was between 150 to 175 pounds, was the furthest out in the muck and made the mistake of attempting to sniff at whatever the intruder was. Zed said that quicker than they could react, something lunged out from the thing and attached to the pig's head and face. As the pig thrashed and tried to jump back, letting out the most blood-curdling scream they'd ever heard, the thing was hauled partially out of the muck and came into better view. Zed realized it was an alligator-snapping turtle of proportions he had never heard of. He's seen the one they keep at Bass Pro Shop. That got big enough that it cracked its tank and had to get a new one, and he said that was like comparing a chihuahua to a pit bull. It was still partially obscured by the muck that was covering it, but Zed swore its shell had to be at least the size of the hood from a Volkswagen Beetle. He was an extreme car enthusiast, so he knew his vehicles. His best guess on its weight was it was well over 500 pounds, and was now backing up into deeper water, dragging the pig with it. Zed said from what they could see, the turtle's head was so big that it was able to fit, its jaws partially around the pig's skull, and its beak was now essentially acting as a meat hook. Apparently, it was about a 30-second fight to drag the pig out into the lagoon, but Zed said it was clear the pig never had a chance. The turtle dragged it out into the water, and the pig made one last desperate attempt to break free, apparently hearing something screaming underwater one last time. It's as unnerving as you'd imagine, and Hollywood doesn't get the sound right. It then just went absolutely quiet after that. According to Zed, he and his buddy sat there for a minute, processing what they had just seen, and except for the froth on top of the water and the stirred up mud, there was no sign anything had just happened. The other hogs had fled as soon as their comrade was attacked, and except for some bugs, it was almost completely silent. They couldn't say why, but Zed said they booked it out of there, that something was off, and it felt wrong to be there. It wasn't like they could go to Fish and Game and describe what they saw, but they did fill in their acquaintance on why there were no alligators in that area. As far as Zed knew, nobody else has ever seen this colossal turtle and came forward to talk about it. But Zed said that it was big enough that if it caught a person unawares, it could easily overpower and kill a human, the same way it did that pig. Again, this is how the story was told to me. It's not my story, and I'm inclined to mostly believe it's a tall tale, or an exaggerated one. But it does highlight that you don't need something as fanciful as a skunk ape or Bigfoot to be nervous about what might be lurking out of sight. I live in the Midwest. I live on a small rural lot between a cornfield and a small forest, in a camper. I've lived in this country my entire life. I know the entire county like the back of my hand. This being said, I've come to the conclusion that my experiences around the rural and wooded parts of this country are crawlers. I'm 100% sure of it. I've had many encounters actually. None back to back, but they happen frequently. There is a forest/park in the middle of the town that I always hated at night since I was little. As I got older, my cousin and I thought being scared was really fun. We'd go there at night on purpose, but never lasted long. I always felt like I was being watched. This, on top of urban legends of people going missing here at night, made me feel really uneasy. Fast forward to a couple of years ago. I got married and am settling into the life as a husband. I'd take my large, all-black German Shepherd, Fenrir, on walks with me at night. I always walk towards the park, but I usually don't enter into it. The first time something weird happened was 5 years ago. I was walking Fenrir, and the woods to the front and to the right of me, to the left and behind me was a neighborhood edge and a small playground, went silent. My dog started acting super anxious. He's usually a very stoic dog and quiet. He's 120 pounds and built like a tank. Looks very intimidating and he knows it. I heard rustling in the woods following me, and I felt like I was being stopped. I ran home, and that's the end of the first encounter. I had a few more encounters like that, but last year, things really amped up. I was on a walk around 11:30 p.m. with Fenrir, my wife, and our little newer dog, Booger. He's a terrier Chi mix. We are walking down the same path, and about 3 blocks away from the woods, 4 or so deer are sprinting out of the trees into the street towards us, and they seem terrified. Then I hear what I can only describe as what sounded like a human trying to mimic the sounds of a monkey. I thought it was silly until recently, when I read that other guy's story who heard the same thing. We laughed it off as some kids playing around. Once we get up to the woods and are walking parallel, we can clearly see 2 reflective eyes and a silhouette staring at us from the tree line. We also heard a deep growl, and then like a hissing sound, but it wasn't super high-pitched or anything. Both of our dogs acknowledged this as well. Finn stared, and Booger growled a bit. I made a Facebook post on the community's Facebook group, and other people told similar stories around town. Around this time, I got a job as a tour guide/maintenance for rail explorers. I'm working there again this year as well. We start April 1st. Basically, they take unused or tour-specific railroad sections that aren't used federally, and they have these pedal carts with motor assist on them so you can use to explore the tracks. It's super cool and super fun. The one I work at is like 5 minutes from where I live, and it goes through the woods in an inaccessible part of the country, unless you float down the river and hike up steep, loose dirt hills. You go under one old car bridge, and you go over 2 multi-100-foot-length old train bridges. The first one is larger and taller, and it's about 150 feet off the ground above the forest. The second goes over the river. About 6 months into the job and it's fall. We work until midnight, sometimes with the last tour leaving around 9 p.m. That means the last tour for the last 2 months of the year are in complete darkness. The way that job operates is with 6 employees. 4 get on the lead bike, and 2 get on the rear bike. From the lead bike, we drop off one person at the busy intersection so they can flag traffic, and one person gets dropped off at the large train bridge that goes over the woods. The person at the bridge gives a short safety speech to the customers, who stop and go one at a time over the bridge. The employee carts are much faster than the customer ones. We all have walkie-talkies, and we usually have these battery-powered floodlights on stands that we use so the customers can see us, and light up safety vests. On one particular night, we were behind by 20 or so minutes. Instead of leaving the depot at sunset, we were leaving at dusk. I was stationed by the high bridge. By the time we reached the bridge, it was pitch black aside from the stars providing a little light. My coworkers dropped me off and waited with me until the first customer arrived. I gave the little speech to the first cart of 4. I chatted with them a little bit, and I was trying to buy some time and wait for the next customer cart, so there wasn't a massive gap for my coworkers who have to flip the bikes around. After a few minutes, I let those customers leave and I was alone. I was alone for 20 minutes. I used the radio so many times, but it was static for everybody. One of the only times we've ever had an issue like that as well. I kept seeing movement in the tree line. I kept hearing fast footsteps all around me in every direction. I had the floodlight on above my head, so everyone and everything could see me, but I couldn't see anything. I turned off the floodlight and used my personal flashlight. I kept seeing quick glimpses of pale skin moving quickly, but right when I started seeing stuff, I could hear the next customer cart coming close. So I turned the light back on and waited for them to come around the corner. When they pulled up, I noticed they had a little boy with him, and he's scared of the dark. I'm terrified at this point, but have to act appropriately, even more so because of this boy. I don't want to scare him. As I'm finishing my speech, I hear movement right behind me, and I say, "Geez," and spin around with my flashlight on instinct. Poor kid. I told them that it was probably just a deer, and they're good to go across the bridge. That same night, the person stationed at the intersection. This isn't like an in-town intersection. It's very rural. It's right next to a massive cornfield. He's Native American and was very in tune with his culture. He told me privately a few weeks later that he heard rustling in the cornfield, and whatever was out there was whispering his name and trying to get him into the field. He was also without communication for those 20 minutes, but he wasn't in the woods and could see a lot better than me. Another time, me and that same coworker were headed back to the front car. We were way ahead, so we stopped the cart in the middle of the high bridge. It sounds scary. I'm a bit afraid of heights, and this bridge has massive gaps between the planks that you could fit through. But after doing it so often, you get used to it. It was a clear night, and we were watching the stars and having small talk. Then it goes silent. We are 100 or so feet in the air above the woods, and can hear for miles. The dogs barking across the river 2 miles away can be heard without even seeing the houses. We hear what sounds like a human mimicking a monkey noise, and we hear growling. He looks at me completely seriously and tells me in a stern tone that we need to get out of there right now. I drive out of there, and he moved states to Nevada shortly after this. A few other things happened here and there and to coworkers as well. Each of my coworkers have at least one story. I'm only sharing mine in the post, otherwise it'd be too long. A few months go by and it's late fall, around the middle of November. I drive through that park in town a lot when I just want to go for a drive. I had my dog Fenrir with me and it's about 2 a.m. I can't sleep, so I'm listening to a Melvins CD and driving leisurely through the park. As soon as I get past the entrance gates, I feel really uneasy and weird. I'm not easily scared. Going to that park at night makes me feel a primal fear. It's beyond fight or flight. I have never felt that way in my life anywhere else, ever. And I feel it every time I'm there. I'm driving through the park and I've rolled the windows up a lot more. Fenrir can still poke his head out but can't leap out. As I go deeper into the woods, I feel worse and worse. I decided not to turn around because I'm already past the halfway point. Turning around would make me stay in the woods longer. I started speeding where there weren't any turns I couldn't see around. I round the last corner, and what I saw made me have nightmares for months. There was a pale, skinny humanoid. Tall and lanky, not quite human, crawling on its hands and feet, but it was crawling very quickly, like 20 miles per hour. We don't have bears here. The only animals that size are large humans and deer. That wasn't a deer. It went from my right, across the street, and went into the tree line. Fenrir saw it too. He doesn't bark at animals, not even other dogs. He went ballistic. He was trying to force himself out of the small gap in the window, nearly foaming at the mouth and snarling. He never, ever acts like that. I'm a certified dog trainer, and I've raised him from birth. Most recently, I've become obsessed with this park. I've walked there at night from my camper to the park with Fenrir. I'll never do it again. I didn't see a figure this time. As I was entering the park, a massive owl flew by my head, so close I could have smacked it mid-flight. This made me feel weird for some reason. As soon as I get into the park, I feel extremely weird, anxious, and nauseous. I walk a few hundred yards to the only streetlight in the entire park, and I turn around and face the woods. Me and Fenrir stand there, frozen for like 10 minutes. The silence was deafening. Anytime I heard anything, I jumped. Finn was anxious too. He kept staring into a certain spot in the woods a ways off. I swear I saw eyes in there every once in a while. I built up the courage to walk out and haven't gone back since. It'll be interesting to see what happens at my job this year. I wanted to add that the county that I live in is packed full of abandoned mines. Hundreds of them. This happened Easter of last year. My husband's family owns an old farm with a large property with mountains, a lake, and woods. No one lives on the farm anymore, so we use it as a holiday residence. This is West End Norway, so fjords and mountains and lots of red deer all over the place. No neighbors and no animals except for wild ones. There are old ruins from the Viking Age about 500 meters from the house, nearby the lake. Much unknown history, and I find the forest very eerie. I'm Norwegian, and my ex, the father of my kids, are Canadian. He's not so much around anymore, and my daughter, who's 10 years old, is very fond of horror movies. My son, who's 9 years old, also likes a good scare. To help them not forget their Canadian culture, I told them about the Wendigo. This was in the car on our way to the west for the Easter holiday, since there's so much deer out there. I told them a story I've read, and on this sub I do believe, about Wendigo mimicking kitten sounds. And I told them that these Norwegian mountains are the same as the Appalachians before the continents split up. And that's maybe why they can be so eerie. The second day there, we cut down some small trees outside the house. The kids and I dragged the branches over a small field and tossed them down a hill. This hill is where the forest begins, and also the path down to the lake. My husband was in the garage, the other direction, fixing the chainsaw. As we took a break by the tree line, my son, with the Wendigo story in mind, starts to make a special cartoonish cat meow that he thinks is funny into the forest. He kept going maybe 6 to 9 times before I told him to knock it off and get back to help us with the branches. We turn around, and there was a very clear meow coming from the bottom of the hill. It sounded exactly like my son's meowing. It wasn't my son. He stood right beside me, and it was his voice and his characteristic meow. We shrugged it off as someone hiking answering the meowing, and I didn't want to scare the kids for real, and didn't remind them that it's private land, and nobody except for us goes down there, because the only walkable path is through the garden and small field. We got up to the garage, told my husband, and went inside for lunch. He was just like, well, lots of spirits in these woods. And then we didn't talk about it again. He's a man of few words and not easily scared. He grew up on the farm every vacation. He knows the land well and thinks it's mystical, but not scary. My husband reminded me of the meowing in the car on our way there this Easter. We still can't figure out a rational explanation. So we just landed on the spirits in the forest, or a very stupid fox. I've been getting more acclimated to camping as a solo female. I'm pretty comfortable in the woods for the most part. I feel safe and at home. This was my first time solo camping in the area I'm from, so it felt particularly special. Pretty rugged, remote part of WNC. I camped off a gravel road right by the creek. After having dinner by the fire, I settled in my tent, the air of early spring growing colder. As I'm trying to get cozy and drift off, I hear what I can only describe as a woman singing. I'm a skeptic and know our ears can play tricks on us. I've definitely heard things before when there's a monotonous sound like the river, so I tried to brush it off. But it had range. It wasn't consistent at all, as if there was a tune to it. At this point, I froze, holding my breath. The singing sound would stop and then start again. I was terrified, honestly. Eventually, I had to suck it up and go to the restroom. The moon was full so I could see. Nothing there at all. Just the beautiful creek in the night. I continued to hear it for a little while longer before a very poor sleep. That's all. Nothing crazy. But I just know what I heard. And I don't have an explanation. Spirit in the river, perhaps? I don't know. But whatever it was very spooky. I am from Madrid, Spain. My family is from a small mountain city. We are all familiar with mountains. Even though I live in Madrid, I always go to hike in the mountain range surrounding Madrid. I would not consider us to be very superstitious and or believe strongly in supernatural events, although I am a huge fan of folklore. This story happened in the summer. Back when I was 14 years old, my mother took me and my brother for a week-long trip to a mountain range in the southeast of Spain, close to the old town of Rio Par Viejo. We had already spent half of the week going on multiple hikes, and we visited beautiful lakes where me and my brother would swim, despite them being super cold. Overall, we had already had a lot of fun, and we were enjoying our small family trip so far. One day, while it was very sunny and warm, we went on a hike again to this kind of abandoned trail, which some of the locals of the village had recommended. It was not accessible by car, and there was no phone service. We couldn't care less, since we loved to spend time in nature, and we would just spend our time walking and talking instead of being on our phones. We found a crystal clear lake with beautiful turquoise greenish water and lots of water vegetation in it. My brother and I immediately jumped in, and afterwards we had picnic for lunch. So far, so good. Suddenly, while we were enjoying our bocadillo de jamón, we heard a loud scream. It was a very high-pitched scream and just overall scary. Considering the fact that we were next to the lake, in a small valley between tall mountains, we could hear it kind of echo. All three of us immediately looked at each other startled. We were certainly not imagining anything. From what we could deduce, the sound came from the other side of the lake in a very bushy area. The lake itself was not very big, and we decided to make our way around it to investigate. Because although we had not seen anyone during the entire day out there, maybe someone was in danger or needed help. I cannot really specify what the scream sounded like. In hindsight, it was not your typical scream for help. But who knows what humans are capable of sounding like when in dire need of help, right? After about a 20-minute walk, we were already getting to the entrance of the bushy area at the other side of the lake. All three of us approaching with our walking sticks in hand and in a cautious position. The first thing we noticed was an awful smell of rotting flesh. That, together with the scream earlier, made us feel a sense of dread. Normally, you would feel welcome when helping someone out, but we did not feel welcome at all in this place. My instincts were telling me we should just track our way back out of there, while not losing sight of the bushy area. However, we could not shake the feeling that we had to help if someone needed it, so we decided to proceed slowly. The joy and laughter we had at the other side of the lake were no more. Whatever was going on at this side of the lake, it felt wrong and ominous. I cannot talk on my brother or mother's behalf, but the hair on my arms stood on end. After making our way through the brush for 10 minutes, we were finally reaching a clearing. During this whole time, the sense of dread had continued, and the awful smell of rotting flesh had only increased. Finally, in the middle of the clearing, we saw what had caused this smell. In what seemed to be the perfect middle of the small clearing, we found the dead corpse of a deer. Or at least, what remained from it. The limbs were removed from its torso, and the head was half-eaten. The thing is, the cadaver looked fairly fresh, as if it was killed that same day. However, the smell was still that of a rotting and decayed corpse. It did not make any sense. We checked for footprints or dung in the clearing, but did not find anything. A logical explanation would be wolves, or even bears, since we got both of them in rural Spain. However, the missing footprints and the way of how this deer was ripped apart made it seem almost unnatural. After we had checked the surroundings, we left as quickly as possible. On our way back, we did not stop to rest at the lake or anything. We just wanted to get out of there as quickly as possible. When we were leaving the valley behind us, halfway up one of the surrounding mountains, we heard another scream similar to the first one. However, this time we did not feel the urgency to check if someone needed help. Instead, we paced up our speed and did not go back. Somewhere in the evening, when we finally had made it back to our village, we went for dinner at a small old bar in the picturesque town square. We talked to some of the older people from the village about our experience with their abandoned trail. They told us that apparently we had somewhere taken a wrong turn on the trail, since it was not very clear, and that this was the reason that we ended up at the valley with the lake. They also told us that a few centuries back during the Spanish Inquisition, the local townspeople had gone to that valley because a so-called witch lived there and set her house on fire, killing the poor woman. Since then, the locals never hiked close to that lake or its surroundings in the valley. A couple of days later, we left to go back home, but we have never been able to shake the feeling of dread that we experienced that day. Again, we're not superstitious or big believers of the supernatural, but what happened on that day was definitely weird. These events occurred 2 summers ago in the Grand Teton area. My boyfriend at the time, now husband, let's call him H, was an avid outdoorsman and also served in the military. I was an ecology major and wanted to spend more time outdoors, so he decided to take me on my first backpack, just the 2 of us. For those who aren't familiar, the Grand Tetons are well known for their wildlife, specifically grizzly bears. My only experience with bears up to this point was watching a little black bear cross the road from the safety of my car. Seeing grizzly country signs around every corner wasn't doing much to calm my nerves. The first incident. My boyfriend looked like Indiana Jones, machete hanging from his belt, large knives attached to each side of his pack, bear spray strapped to his waist. You get the picture. The beginning of our 25-mile journey was all uphill. When in bear country, You're supposed to make noise as to not startle the wildlife by accidentally sneaking up on it. As you can imagine, going up a steep hill while carrying a 40-pound pack makes it difficult to make conversation. We were an hour in, and almost at the top of the ascent. I noticed that the woods had gone completely silent, save for the rushing stream that was to our left of the trail. Silent woods are never a good sign. This usually indicates predators nearby. At this point, I was in front of my boyfriend, and we were about to crest the hill. For the past 20 minutes, we had not said a word to each other, having been too tired to speak. We noticed the silence at the same time and gave each other knowing glances. I came up over the top of the hill and immediately froze. Sitting not 10 feet in front of me in the middle of the trail was a grizzly bear. My husband wasn't aware yet as he was behind me, so I did the first thing that I could think of. While still in my frozen stance, I managed to take my arm and started flinging it wildly behind me, trying to get H's attention. I was too terrified to speak. The bear went from sitting on all fours, not looking away from us once. H quickly swung me around so that I was behind him, and he just started yelling. Being in the military, he knows how to yell. The grizzly quite wasn't fazed, as it started to walk slowly towards us. At this point, I was on the verge of passing out from terror. This bear was about 5 feet in front of us when we heard a loud crack coming from the woods to our right. The bear heard it too, and he bolted towards the stream. A second crack boomed again, this time much closer than before. H said, "It's probably just some falling branches." But we both knew that that wasn't the case. At this point, we were walking quickly up the trail in an attempt to create some distance from the grizzly and those strange noises. I felt the hairs on the back of my neck stand straight up, and at the same moment, H stopped moving in front of me. He turned around to look at me, and I turned to look behind me. To this day, we were not sure what we saw. Back where we were standing was a large black/brown mass. It looked to be 3 times bigger than the already large grizzly that we had just seen a few moments before. Its back was facing us, and then it stood on its back legs. It looked similar to a bear, but something about the shape was just off. At this point, it was probably stupid to run away, but that is exactly what we did. We were aware of the heavy footsteps behind us, but neither of us looked back. The footsteps eventually faded. At this point, I was a mess. H was doing his best to console me. "Honey, this is extremely unusual. The bears usually stay away from humans. We're going to be okay. I'm sure that that won't happen again." That was enough to convince me to continue on the backpack. Not another hour later, though, we reached a clearing where we decided to take a rest and eat a snack. About a minute after we had sat down, I noticed bushes moving in a line toward the clearing, toward us. Out of the brush comes this adolescent grizzly, who looks just as spooked as I'm sure we did, but he came straight for us. H, being the crazy nut that he is, decided to charge back at the bear while screaming, "Bear spray at the ready." That did the trick and the bear ran off. All I could think was just my luck. But that wasn't even close to what happened the second night. The second night, before we began our backpack, we had to let the ranger station know which trails/route we planned to take. With this information, they usually send a ranger on horseback at some point during the backpack to check on you and make sure that everything is okay. There were not many approved trails left for us to choose from, and it was just our luck that they were the most difficult. Apparently, over the 3 days we were on those trails, we had been the sole hikers. We didn't see a single other person once we were en route. Anywho, I guess we missed the ranger who came to check on us. We had been following hoof prints the entire second day, and we hadn't seen any the day before. I had some foot problems, so we spent valuable daylight trying to adjust my boot, laces, and socks to compensate for the pain. When we started on the trail again, we had maybe an hour or two of daylight left, and in the woods it gets dark fast. I was exhausted. It was now dark out, and H was the only one with a working headlamp, as mine wouldn't even turn on for some reason. We needed to find somewhere to set up camp, as we still needed to eat. It was freezing and the wind was blowing. It was creating a howling sound as it rushed through the trees, which made it difficult to hear H or discern any other sounds coming from the woods. After another hour of hiking through the dark, we found a clearing. Well, it was more like a bowl. It looked to be roughly 200 meters in diameter, with the sides being roughly 10 meters down from the trail to the bottom of the clearing. This place was strange. We both felt it, though he didn't tell me how freaked out he was until after we had left. There was no moonlight, so all we had was the illumination from his headlamp, our small camp stove, and the flashlight that I fished from my pack. Half of the trees were dead and fallen, just in the bowl. The vegetation everywhere else was pretty dense. To help alleviate my anxiousness, he started playing Ninja Party out of his portable speaker. This didn't help much, as it just echoed off the trees, creating a dissonance of sounds. He also thought that it would ward off any predators nearby. This is when we knew that our anxiousness wasn't paranoia. The silence was back. There hadn't been a single bird chirp since we arrived at the clearing. It also may have had to do with the obnoxious music, but because of our previous experience, we decided to turn off the music and head into the tent. Also, it was freezing. As soon as we were situated in our sleeping bags, we heard deep cracks and thuds echoing from beyond the tree line. Falling trees? There had been a lot of wildfires and very little rain this season. Thud. We both froze. That sound wasn't an echo. It came from inside the clearing. Definitely not a falling tree. Thud. It came from right outside the tent. We both stopped breathing. H's hand found mine and we clung to each other paralyzed. Something dragged across the outside of our tent, making an indent as it went along. It was thin, almost like a finger. "What is it?" I whispered, shaking. "I don't know. Shouldn't be a person. We're the only ones on this side of the mountain." I was trying my hardest to stifle sobs, trying to listen to what was outside. I could hear steps, but couldn't decipher what it was. The steps stopped, and then the whole side of the tent was slowly pushed inwards. At this point, whatever was outside knew that we were inside, so I shined my flashlight at the side of the tent. What I saw made my blood run cold. It was the shape of a human face pressed into the tent wall. I could make out the nose and an open mouth. Each time they breathed, it made the tent around their mouth billow in and out. H said screw that, and pulled a Glock from his sleeping bag. He cocked it, and the sound shattered the silence. The face pulled back, and we heard fast footsteps heading towards the edge of the clearing. We didn't leave the tent till the sun was shining the next morning. The first thing we noticed was the smell of urine. We came out of the tent and looked around. Whoever it was had peed on our coals we had left on the fire, leaving a distinguishing stench of evaporated pee. Footprints surrounded our tent, circling around multiple times. Muddy handprints decorated the outside of our tent. We think it was mud anyway. The takeaway? Wildlife is not the most dangerous thing in the backcountry. I could give you a million times as a kid and young adult that I felt scared or paranoid playing in the woods. It's a beautiful place, and I spent my entire childhood getting lost, not literally, out there by myself or with friends. As kids, we never got too far out there, but you could actually see the progression of us venturing further and further out as we got older, because of forts and carvings that we would leave. This one particular time, like 1,000 times before, my friend and I had just graduated high school. It was our last summer of freedom, and we spent the entire summer camping and hiking out there. We had decided to try and find a new place to set up camp, and walked for what felt like miles before we came to a nice clearing. The area was relatively new to both of us. We got the camp set up and fire going, and the plan was to wait until nightfall, smoke some weed and play Monopoly. For the sake of backstory on my friend and I, my buddy is a smaller, real goofy guy, but comes from a family of foresters and always had a deep understanding of all the trees and different plants that you come across. He had no fear of going and camping out by himself. If I spent 10,000 hours in the woods, he probably spent 50,000. As for me, I'm a taller, sturdier guy, and as we got older, I spent more time worried about women and sports, and the woods became a place for small parties. Also, I never had the balls to camp out alone. In fact, older me wouldn't go far at all when I was alone, because I could never shake the feeling of being watched, which was from paranoia, but still an uneasy feeling. Anyways, camp is set, fire is going, but it's getting lower and needs wood. Sun is down and we're both cutting up and having a good time. My friend is sitting on this little chair that he always brought and loading up his makeshift bong, and I was crouched breaking some excess limbs off some logs that we had gathered for the fire. All of a sudden, this strong breeze cuts through the clearing. I couldn't tell you if it was the suddenness of it or what, but my friend and I both stopped immediately and looked at each other. The breeze went just enough to flicker our fire down to a small flame. We both sat completely still in almost total darkness, and neither of us said a word. Across from us on the other side of the fire, we could hear footsteps. They sounded like somebody was running and would slow to a walk and then run again, definitely on two legs. By the sound of it, they were pacing back and forth over the same spot. Then, just like it started, it stopped, with a softer crunch on the underbrush. I knew by the sound it had taken a crouch. I was crouched still, and knew that I was staring right at it in the dark. My friend grabbed my shoulder and said, "Buddy," and when he did, I felt this surge of fear come over me. I could feel it and hear it in him. I had been so fixated on the footsteps and rationalizing what I heard that I hadn't even considered being afraid. But this was true fear. It was raw and made me feel helpless. I could hear my friend after a while grab some leaves and he dropped them on the fire. For the split second the leaves covered the fire, we were in pure darkness. Then the fire sprang to life. We both quickly grabbed more leaves and brush and threw it on the fire. I got some sticks and logs on there, and neither of us took our eyes off the spot or moved much for over an hour. Finally, the leaves crunched, and it slowly walked off. Whatever it was had sat crouched watching us without moving for far longer than any animal would. It wasn't until the footsteps disappeared that I realized the smell had disappeared as well. It smelled like a paper mill, spoiled eggs almost. For the rest of the night, besides whispered remarks, neither of us really moved or stopped looking at the spot. Nobody went into the tent, and I had very short, light sleep sitting on the ground, with my head rested on my hands. My friend never went to sleep. In the morning, we packed up and silently walked back home. To this day, we talk about it. In the 7 to 8 years since it happened, my forester friend has not camped by himself out there since.